You know, I'm gonna say this. This is like the season that snuck up on everybody. Largely, it's good in the fact there's events, but it's real easy to miss them. Like, I mean, I didn't log in last week. But this is also the worst kind of time of year for a game of this type to release. And I mean that because a 1 month season was always due, in a way. I gotta rework my or remember how to steadily play, so great. See, technically there's 11 hours, so when I said I would limp through this season, I mean it quite literally. See, too much time playing other games makes you you forget your footing temporarily. Fuck. Ignore me. It always happens, but like the first time I haven't played solidly in close to 2 weeks. The other games I'm currently in my rotation do not fit. It's very different control scheme. So like for the first every so often I'm basically touching the wrong key. Because use is a different thing. One problem with this season outright is actually the experience gain. The experience gain's bad. Like, to be honest, this season, we're not gaining XP. Like, if we were, like, I mean, seasonal events, I've looked for week after week. We don't have anything like we normally have. That's a big problem. Like, I'm 1,000 off from the final. Which is dumb, because it shouldn't be hard to get 1,000 XP. And what, we're gonna have next season? They didn't plan any level multipliers? So basically, none of the actual weekly events has any, outside of the shade, had any seasonal XP. Now, that's something I would complain about because it doesn't make sense. When you're 1,000 off, no, this doesn't work. This would be a horrible time to catch up in like 30 levels. But reality is, sure. I mean, this is majority FOMO anyway. Yeah. It's like the game. It's like when it's one of the games if I stop playing it too long, I have rust for like an hour. Sometimes I flat out remember it, but hand-eye coordination's different. Also, if they ever change a system, I have to relearn. It's also relearning if there's any AI's been patched. Basically. Like, this will be the first season I probably skip on, like, normally... Well, fuck, I didn't even touch, Fallout 76 this season. But Dune's largely filled that role. Diablo, I need to get in to finish. Then I also had real IRL projects happen. So, yeah, it's a little bit hard to catch up on gaming sometimes. The problem I'm having, it's not like with the game itself, is, let's say we're bound by seasons. For all intents and purposes. Seasonal XP, we're not gaining it. That's always pissed me off. But it's like 50 levels. I mean, I guess next season we're supposed to have escalation. Okay. Escalation. Fine. A new mode for another bullshit thing. A survival mode. By the way, did you know Division Resurgence was released on Android and iOS? Yeah, so much to no one's surprise the other day. Opened this up after a week. Most stealth-launched game in all of existence. And something I've said, like, Resurgence is going to be like, Jesus. Do you want to play Division... Do you want to play Division 1? See, I need XP, so... Fuck it. Thank God there's no stretch goals. To be honest, no. I'm going to try to finish out the journey, but the journey, I'm just going to be probably not done this season. It's going to get skipped. By the way. Come on. Where the fuck are you? You're going to make me go down there. Fuck off. Jesus. Welcome to Division 2. Division 2. The game where if there's an NPC hiding, sometimes they'll be hiding all the way in the back. Sometimes they'll be hiding straight down there. So, 6 one, half a dozen the other. The only perks I will give this season is the FOMO might be worth it. The thing is, are they going to make it worth it down the line? Like the Anniversary package, okay, fine. 50 XP, it's 50 permanent slots, right? So, we now go up to 500 spots. That's because they were assuming we're going to start hoarding gear when prototype gear comes out. Okay. Oh, yeah, yes. By the way, I just looked it up. The DLC expansion is going to be actually Central Park. Color me shocked. Now, I'm not... as much as I like this game, the problem itself is it's going to be where you're going to do it. Is it going to be another area? Like Brooklyn? Because we already know roughly what the main map was going to look like. Assuming in Division 1, if we actually got everything above DZ6. It would have been around where the World Trade Center was. We were supposed to get Brooklyn. Now, downside is... I'm actually kind of hoping that this gives me seasonal XP. But I need 1,000. I'd be very annoyed. If I don't, but... Everything you kinda has to be playing with people and the other.
System disrupted.
So... The downside of a season, if we're talking speculation going into the next, is this was a 1 month season. Now, I mean, granted, it's a filler season, which, look, it's like any, like in any kind of, I wouldn't say it. What frustrates me is a month, right? And you do this. I'm not going to even get started on people who play this game play similar games. So if you play this, you're largely playing a game that's roughly similar, and it's going to reset around the same time. And I'm not talking Destiny. Destiny 2 is pretty much not even a rival. This game, Diablo has a crossover to this a little bit. Fallout 76 is based pretty much. Any game that appeals to like a 25 plus. The downside is in this season, and I'm going to be very curious, they call it prototype gear. Now, the question is ultimately how they're going to do classified gear. New classified gear is what it's going to be called. Because I remember when classified, you're creating a whole new gear type that is going to be pinnacle gear. Basically. Any kind of what is it, prototype gear as they're going to call it? What are you going to do? Eventually, the whole game became classified. Basically. That's kind of the problem. You're trying to create a new weapon. They believe veterans are not challenged enough. I would arguably say, treat this game as you treat the end game of Space Marine 2. But it's kind of kid gloves compared to it. Same way with Destiny. Destiny people don't do raids week in and week out. You might do your weekly nightfall per character for the reward. You might do this, you might do that. Most people just don't play this game like this anymore. And by the way, the April Fool's skin is very hilarious. It's the Army Man toy soldier. No. It looks terrible. And the teddy bear backpack is a no. Like, I'm going to be very honest. Like, the season to level this season, we don't have anything. It's like, okay, I could put down millions of XP and get no XP out of the bullshit. Of course, I get shade out of it, but I don't care about shade. Shade is nothing to me. I mean, if I get high enough and bored enough, take excess shade levels, turn it into materials to get my expertise level up? Maybe. That's about it. It's used to get materials to level. Other than that, I mean, do I really need to be expertise 10, expertise 12? I notice these are hitting harder right now. They rebalanced the ads a little bit. It's enjoyable, but not. Okay. But a lot of people are running retaliations because that's the quickest way on XP. Seriously. It is one of the quickest ways. But it is the most boring way to do it. Because look, Massive knows this is a game that's going to keep their... Yep. Fuck. Run 4 missions and you'll get it done. Go eat a bag of... I sound pessimistic and annoyed. It's kind of because I am. I hate doing anything last minute. I despise anything last minute. If that makes sense. Last minute is just, you might as well not do it. That's kind of the problem. Last minute, it's so annoying. Because I have to make up 1,000 XP. That should not be hard from projects. And this has been pissing me off all season. Right here. This isn't really XP. All of the XP is locked literally behind bullshit. Here. Here. You get one assignment. These don't even give you actual XP anymore. These don't give you season. Again, why do them? This is one of the few that doesn't. Summit's 1,000. That's 15 floors. I'll take that back. Summit's 15. So, 15 floors in Summit. Congratulations. Run that per your character every week. Have 4 different characters, right? You might make a grand total of about 2,000. About 2,000. So what? Would have been 1,000, 2,000 a week? Run a legendary? $3,000? That's like 3,200. See, when I say that if something isn't worth the squeeze, they need to fix that. If anything, they're going to divide their base more next season by bringing in survival. Again, I'm sure that ain't going to be a clusterfuck mode. But, I mean, reality is, sure, 6-1, half a dozen, yep. You used to have to run this for the last blueprint of the Nemesis, actually. For the blueprint of the Nemesis, you have to run this one. Or at least used to, by the way. And it was never in rotation. You know? You have to kill Puck to get it. But I don't have... See, my problem is I just don't have anything left to achieve. It's kind of what happened with me in Fallout 76. It's kind of like it still brings joy, but it doesn't bring joy. Like, if you're coming in fresh, it's going to be like there's a story. But it was refreshing to not have to deal with the weekly stuff. Sure. Now, if the plan was to shake up the meta, so be it. Yes. See, someone's talking about sniper builds. They've released like 3 different sniper gear sets, basically. There's like 3 or 4 different sniper gear sets now. Aces and Eights is all but forgotten about. Hot Shot and everything else is kind of where it's at. I entirely with that. My bad. Huh? Hey, medic, how are you? Now, the problem itself is they're going to do the winter mode, the winter survival mode. It's like, personally, that's another tier. That's kind of odd, if it makes sense. Because the tier for... Because, yes, if I get bored, possibly. I've done Summit. I've done everything. Now, Summit doesn't change the 10 times you do it. You know? That's a problem. Survival has been long talked about. Yeah, see, that's the person you gotta kill for the... That's the person you, if you have the various parts for the Nemesis, you actually have to kill her for the blueprint. It used to piss a lot of people off you didn't have Invaded, so you could never build the Nemesis, basically. But that was the dark days of the game, in the loot pool. And I mean that wholeheartedly, by the way. Like, you used to have to wait for this mission in Invaded to accurately... So, to get the Nemesis, you had to do all 3 strongholds. All 3 of the strongholds. Then, have this mission be up and Invaded. Praying to God it was in the Invaded pool to get the blueprint. Yeah. That's the insane part. See, the worst part about it now is they consider strongholds the other parts. Like, there's a stronghold of Camp White Oak. There's a stronghold of Zoo. So you didn't have this in the rotation. And only certain bosses dropped parts. And that was the only boss, little mini boss in this one that actually... As I said, give me about 5 minutes, everything comes back. 30 minutes. I'd say about an hour, but it comes back a lot quicker. Really? Piece of shit. A lot more runny than they were a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this is what I notice, but usually if I take breaks long enough, the AI will be different once in a while, which is refreshing. You know what I mean? Like, it's a game that keeps you on your toes, because the AI is very different than other games. It's not as predictable as certain AI. Story mode, yes. Okay. Yep. Why is it hitting my armor and not my shield? Though I am wholeheartedly prepared if they are going to make one change. I am waiting for them to actually make one change to the game. And if they do... But then again, it's universally known They hate shield users. The devs have hated shield users for a long time. Because, look, the shield is one of the few things that keeps us from... I mean, to be honest, you can go drone, you can go the other part, or you can just... So the shield evens out time to kill. That's basically what happens. Bitch. Why do they not run? Why do they run so much?
Roadblock has been neutralized. One priority target remaining.
I don't know why they're running so much. Okay, I say that, right? I've never seen the AI this running. Like, positioning is different than them running. If it's an attempt to counter you, it's brand new. And congrats. See, this AI is always in a distance. But I've never seen that sniper go all the way over there. Is that a grenader? I don't feel safe. But honestly, I have never seen a sniper go all the way to that side. Yeah. Oh, nope. That's what I feared. Yep. Like, dude, that's brand new. See, like, them hiding. They are hiding too much. When was the last time I played? It was about a week ago? Week and a half?
Heads up. There's movement on the roof. They just sent multiple squads back down into the building.
I would say if I needed levels, just go nuke out. It would have been easier to go nuke out Summit. But I don't want to. But see, next season, prototype gear is going to be the big one. Like, prototype gear is probably going to be, I will say, the biggest test of new gear in about 6 seasons? But the thing is, how do you balance prototype gear versus regular gear sets? That was always the issue from Division 1. The moment you made a classified set of any kind, it always ruined a meta. Basically, people are so brain dead in this game, 99% of the time, they look to somebody else for a build. They look to a YouTuber for a build. Me, personally, play how you want. My builds haven't changed within, I'd say, 6 years. That's because largely the meta hasn't shifted. The only thing I've ever changed in a build is I won't ever do an all red build. But a majority of people, basically, it's like someone's talking about the Kingbreaker versus Lexington. No, that should... Jesus, that's not even a gun. Quite honestly, this build has never changed in years because if something's not broke, then why fix it? Basically. Gunner, with every time on kill, plus armor on kill. Okay. Gunner, armor on kill, and momentum. Okay. So, Gunner, 10%. You're basically getting all your armor back, plus some. By the way, this last part of the mission's always annoying. It's not as bad as the first time you do it, because this mission used to be annoying. I really hope. See, I hope crossplay never comes to this game. I would stop playing with people. Used to be, we had to be in the... We had to stay here. We used to have to stay in the circle. Now, first off, really.
Weapons free. Target. In my sight.
And I mean, with all the gear sets, too, you have to rebalance. That's gonna be a fucking mess. If prototype gear is incoming, a lot of classified gear, Division 1 only had 9 sets you had to balance. This, you're balancing a bunch. And you have to give reasons for people to do 6 pieces. That's one of the biggest problems in this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh. If it's just better gear than what you have, everyone's gonna go for a classy striker. And they're never gonna go back. If it's this gear, it's a different story now, isn't it? Every gear set is fundamentally absolutely different. Of the ones used, let's assume Hunter's Fury goes more of a survival. Goes more than that. You're talking about, that's a very long way off. And you're talking about, you're going to have to cap gear sets. You're going to have to do it. And you don't even want to get into the realm of prototype gear. Because if prototype gear is going to be any... If classified gear was any tell in Division 1, you're going to have to PTS the hell out of it. Which we told them classified striker was too busted. It shouldn't be Nomad. But they released it fucking anyways. So, devs don't play their own game half the time. Basically.
System reactivated.
And to be honest, I'm not too excited for survival. Like, it would have made more sense to have survival in the winter season. But nah. I guess it wasn't ready at the time. 6 one, half a dozen the other. And the thing about a metagame unto itself is if players, you're either going to shake it up or it's just going to become what it is. That's kind of the problem, isn't it?
We've got word that a black
Invaded Bunker's rather fun, though. Invaded Bunkers actually used to be hell. It's really fun. I don't do these this often unless there's a reason. It's kind of like Diablo 4. We're forced to do legions now. So we didn't have to use that. Talking about a game that I haven't touched in a week or so. How times change, but things never do. Basically, it's like, do you change the dynamic spawns, basically. Which isn't really changing the dynamic spawns. But a lot of the game itself really hasn't. Like, next season, let's assume, escalation, depending on how they do it. The problem is going to be changing scaling. Now, realistically. Oh, you sons of... Rude. How's that one? I was not cool by the fucking NPC. You know what? I say this with all due respect. A lot of the game itself is... Look, it keeps you on your toes, but... Look, you have to update it. This NPC is, like... I mean, if they were solidly predictable, I would be more shocked. But they really aren't. Ugh. I never fuck up here now, don't I? See, the thing is, it's like... No, but seriously, like, if you move, like... Okay. Dog. I was after in the fucking first place. I want to be lit up in my ass, apparently, but... Hi. Hello. I like how you can just hide around the corner. That's a joy. That is an obnoxious NPC to have up there. That is a very annoying one.
Take a look at what they've been pulling from the wreckage. We have to know how bad this is.
Yes. This is a mission that teaches you that it wasn't the other ones who did it. It was actually Black Dusk who blew up the local Shade network.
Black Tusk had access to this kind of digital forensic software.
Which is funny. They helped the, they had a team infiltrate here and do it. That is a many moons ago. Mm-hmm. See, quickest as possible.
One of ours took a hit. Whoa, shit.
But then again, HP is not scaling. That's the problem with any further scaling in the game. The scaling is going to be too high. Scaling is going to be a little insane. Like, I'm going to be very honest. Scaling at this point is abs. Did OBS mess up? I might check something. Good. I just had recently OBS fucked my entire sound up. Discord just did about the same. But scaling is not HP, by the way. Like, I kind of hate this mission in this regard. Uh-huh. Cool. Did you bring grenades? The fucking $1,000,000 question. Did you bring seeker mines? If you didn't, you're screwed. Difference between. You're still alive. Again. Being able to hide up in the rafters is always a fucking stupid as shit. Sadly, this is the only mission they're able to fucking do that. There's a point, but... So the only way to usually dislodge them is through grenades or secret mines. Or take your pick. It's actually making this a challenge for once. Now, do I believe... Has it changed in a while? No. God damn it. So a lot of the game, I think, we'll see with escalation, we'll see with prototype gear, if it really alters the game. But I have a feeling it won't. It might alter builds. It might attempt to alter builds. But it also depends on the prototype gear. Like, if they're just going to dump prototype gear into the wild, right? Sure. You're going to have to balance out all the gear sets. Then say why the gear sets that are already used are not broken. That was the one reason why we never had classified in this game in the first place. Classified gear or prototype gear would have been very annoying to balance out versus other gear. Especially with like 10 or 15 gear sets. No dogs, I'm shocked. But we will see. I'm used to dogs on this mission more than anything else. I say that till I get about to this hallway. No dogs. Game must be sick. I'm used to, like, dogs in this mission. Because dogs in this mission are very, see, the difference in the variation from this and the regular mission is they have dynamic spawns. So it's less predictable. Now, game-wise, they still are predictable. Look, in a game of ones and zeros, it's never hard. It's just the... Look, season I'll complain it's short and it's FOMO, but it's good. See what's sad, I still think it's funny Astacross was playing this game and cheating. Yeah, I'm like, okay, my guy. You don't have to cheat at this game to be good at it. The reason I go body shots versus headshots is because the game doesn't like it. So you have to shoot for center mass. Because I guarantee, if you ever try to shoot an NPC, and you're trying to get headshots in, they'll either duck or they dodge it. And you're not going to see, oh, someone's getting multi-kills. Yeah, no. Multi-kills are not going to be very common in firearms builds. By skill builds, you'll get multi-kills. But that's separate. Basically. That is a big difference. So that's why when people who were like, oh, Astacross, he's like, oh, I played it. And I look at actually Astacross's records. Astacross, basically, it looks padded like a motherfucker. I'm like, okay, dude. Oh, please don't play this game. I'll already know you're aimbotting. So. Oh, God. Oh. God damn it. I hate when this happens. But welcome to Black Tusk, okay? Black Tusk. Highest enemies next to rogue agents. But reality is they like to swarm. So to break up their cohesion, you're usually better. Because as soon as they start coordinating their fire, you're fucked. You know what I mean? No, you ain't gonna do well. Because if Black Tusk starts swarming, you're pretty dead. See, loot-wise, there isn't really much I need. There used to be a time the person who opened this door would be dead. Because the dogs would coordinate fire and fuck you all, basically. These sniper dogs are no joke. They basically are a mobile 50 caliber sniper rifle. That combined with heavies used to be like I can oh god, that's why this mission used to be so annoying. Good thing is you can chain stun the dogs. Oh my god, there's like 6 of them. Yep, see what I was talking about. This is one of those rooms. It's one of the hardest rooms in this one. Any mission, by the way. Due to the fact of all the dogs. Because the sniper dogs do still some of the most damage in the game. Their aim used to be next to God. So, 6 one, half a dozen the other. Best shotgun in the game. Honestly, to this day. So a lot of this is going to be like, if Division never changes, it never does. Like, they didn't tell. Look, they don't tell people when seasons end. You just have to predict when they end. And be ready for it. I mean, look, I enjoy the game. Story-wise, gameplay-wise, keeps you on your toes. You're always learning. Like me, I'm more the tanky type. Quite honestly, Hunter's Fury has been my go-to for so long, just because. Still deals with solid DPS, but it also is... Can you not run, please, sir? I was hoping to catch him in the door. See, that's the weird part. The archive room is more dangerous than the final room. Always. Like, if you're good enough at a team, you can camp him, and as soon as he spawns, he doesn't come out of there. You know? Did you? Did you? Really? Really? 50 XP. I tell you. I tell you. I would have probably been better off going to Summit. But, may I say, because it's not about the XP. Like, if I was trying to put up XP, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean? XP is pretty nothing in a grand scheme. XP is about... It's one of the easiest things to gain if you know how to gain it. Seasonal looks like a Wildlands character. I guess it did give me it. Did it? Oh. No, it didn't. Still short. Riverside gas station. They're on the other side. Such joy. If I had known that, I would have come out by Potomac. Which would have been Kennedy's. God, the theater misser. I need to do the journey. But... way back. Don't see me. We'll be in business. God damn it. Of course the checkpoint sees me. Like, they don't tell you that that gives you XP. But I'll be back. See, this stuff never changes. See, I need to start Crimson Desert this month. I was going to start it last month, but other stuff came up. Also, I didn't feel like starting Crimson Desert with Neo 3 still in my rotation. The problem with Neo 3 is I need to finish it. I need to absolutely finish it. And I need to get... The thing about it is, I'm like on the doorstep, cusp of it. I just gotta fire it up and play it. Part of the reason is I need to stop doing building projects and do it. The other part is I had to spend like half of... Oh no, that was not good. That was a very... Not a good sound. Not even I heard that one. So, like, a lot of it is... Like, the season ends... Well, I say today, but it's going to end tomorrow. But... I mean, personally, right? I have a feeling they're trying to close out the game. Now, theory I have is... Let's say Division 2 is going to get its end-of-service life. Because its end-of-service is still... This game's been going on for 10 years. It's been good. It still is played. It still has a large base that plays it. I hate when OBS updates and it fucks over everything. But it's not the most popular. Like, people would forget when seasons start and when seasons end. Like, they didn't tell really people this was a month season. Now, did they? No, they didn't. It's like... There you are. But see, when I don't have anything to earn, I really don't have anything to earn. That's part of my problem. Gear-wise, I don't need it either. Why is there a convoy? There is a convoy nearby. That's always a joy. It's called Welcome to Home for the next 10 minutes. What has these assholes all agitated? And I know it ain't me. But see, also next season, like, outside of what we know, and we won't know anything until patch notes. Fuck, I hate hyenas. I hate hyenas. Fuck, I hate them. That's why you live in cover. Hyenas have one of the highest crit ratios of any of the factions, for the record. Really, they position them. They are not doing what they're supposed to. I'm trying to avoid the assaults. That's what I wish to avoid. Grenaders are ass. Assaults are worse. Problem with assaults, they are really terrible. So like assaults, why are you all swarmed to one side? I've never seen the AI turtle weapon focus this much. Ever. At least this AI. But they keeps you on your toes. Fuck. Damn it, they're focus firing. Alright, you're layering yourselves. That is actually adorable. That is minorly adorable. When did they start layering themselves? Which... That's purple. That's not the other one. So when the AI layers themselves, they'll cover it. But I have never seen this in this faction. Because it makes sense for factions that work in tandem. Like right there, they are just lurking down at the bottom. Like if I try to peek up, I'm going to be basically not have fun. Yeah, a million armor don't do shit. If our damage is only... If our armor is 1,000,000, theirs is not much. Theirs is a lot higher. There you go. Break up some. See, the trick is, this AI, when they start stacking, is really bad. They will swarm you, but it's entirely a different kind of swarming. Fuck off. I hate... Okay, basic assaults for them do more damage, or as much damage as heavies. Which I have... So, the double damage bug in this game has always been in this faction. For the longest time. Well, they have never said it. And every single time, they know the hyenas are the worst. But usually, that's a realm you just have to be aware of. Fuck. Really? See, that's like a rake fire that hit me. And it just straight up took. See, there's no damage mitigation in this game. There's just an armor bar. But that... See, they're all armed with SMGs or assault rifles. Which all puts them at basically close to medium range. At best. Insert the meme. It's like, pardon the phrase, black gangsters shooting. They shoot their guns sideways. And they have better pistol marksmanship than a person who's on Spec Ops. Shit you not. eat one. And this is why I live up here. I live up here because cover is your best friend. That's the thing. They're hyenas. So, hyenas will... ain't that the easiest enemy to fucking kill. Okay, a hyena sniper is the easiest thing to kill. Now, if you're trying to make AI more difficult, then sure. It's not really difficult. Engineers are probably only deadly if they sneak up on you with an M870. Turrets on one hand. Now don't play around with the snipers, because the snipers can blind you and hit you.
Constitution Hall is
God
under attack.
damn it. There's a retaliation. Good. See, okay. The idea for me, XP, like, why play with heroic and stuff? Like, look, why make the game more difficult? A lot of ads are just more beefier than they're just gonna mow people down. See, that's the problem with, like, having directives. Which, I don't mind retaliations, but they are okay. They're not great. I guess that's nice that you can still spawn out of here. Though I will admit, I don't think I've ever seen them over this far.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Then they spawn from the left or the right. Back, left, or right.
Reinforcements en route.
Tell you how much I know this game far too well. They don't usually spawn from the back first. Usually. Look, sponges don't equal fun. Problem is, How did you resurrect a fucking one? Well, that's a little unfortunate, isn't it? Damn it. Oh! Motherfucker. Not where I want to be. Fine. See, here's the thing about a lot of enemies. Once you learn their patterns, they're like shooting players. You just have to realize it. People go, you don't suck at PvP. I'm like, bro, if I stuck like a person like buff dumbass stoner in this game, he would be dead in 5 seconds. 3, really, if he really gets around to it, because he wouldn't know the reasons why you hide or do things. Me, personally, I like my high ground. For obvious reasons. Enemies, and I get to see what's coming. High ground is a lot of fun. Also, against very broken factions, I would rather have broken people. Hyenas I despise. Look, I would rather fight Black Tusks than fucking hyenas. For the most part, hyenas have built-in aimbots. That could be said for a majority of factions at a high level. But the amount of enemies... Act alone, I'm almost out of ammo. Jesus. It's actually something. How am I almost out of ammo? Jesus. Why am I shocked that the civilian leader died? I am not. Oh, that medic. Oh, it's a medic. That thing gotta go. You son of a bitch. That would explain why. Medics. See, okay. Medics, we don't have the revive skills. They do. They have the one-hit revives we used to have. Not anymore. That's nice of you to show up. I am so glad you can blind fire with 100% accuracy. Wow. Again, they can hip fire grenades. It's more one of the annoying enemies in the game because hyenas. Look, cleaners I get. Rikers I get. Hyenas? No. Hyenas have a erratic pattern that's obnoxious on a good day. Like, hyenas will pull stuff that other factions can do. They can hip fire grenade launchers accurately. They have the accuracy that makes the high level enemies blush. All in one faction. Oh, but at least I got everything done. But yeah, as far as speculation on next season, sure. Escalation. That's going to be very much annoying. Escalation, I'm not sure about. Like, if you think about it, sure. Do we care? If it's another horde mode, we might as well. Another horde mode that nobody does, 6 one, half a dozen the other. If you think veteran players are bored, no. Basically, they try to listen to the streamers. They try listening to their paid streamers, and to the people who seasonally play this game for 2 weeks a season. Scaling has always been a nightmare in this game. It has always been imbalanced. It's never changed. Escalation, it depends on what the mode is. Prototype gear, I don't know if that's a good idea. Because a lot of gear sets are already not used. A lot of gear sets are never used because they're not great. Half the gear sets I get, they're all discarded. So, do the math. Like, this can be crafted anytime. This is a little bit harder to craft. This is near impossible to craft. But it's aged out. This is the one that I use majority of the time. Skill sets, this is drone and turret. That's rigor. This is hardwired. Hardwired is seeker mines and turrets. Eclipse Protocol is status effect. So, skill builds are what I use. Each have a corresponding exotic, basically. Now, reality is, do they change? This is healing. But, see, I never use it. Boundary I use. I mean, this is just showing off right here. Harrier's Pride is the new one. This is the new one. I mean, look, they brought back the Big Alejandro. I mean, sure. Let's add it to the LMGs that never get used. Like, I can't think of any of these. Yeah, arguably people say, blue screen, sure. No. Alright. I would arguably better say. So you lose about 10,000 here. Blue screen is a bad frame, but it's 43. That is an MG5, I believe. It's an NGEV, if I remember the frame. And it's very high RPM. But, look. It's probably going to go in the annals of exotics we never use. We can only have one exotic equipped. That's it. Iron Lung, good idea. Halfway decent. Set stuff on fire. Nemesis is still held out. Bittersweets from a couple of seasons ago. Dr. Home, no one really uses. Merciless is basically the same as... There's 3 different versions of this gun. Look, LMG of... Like an LMG of choice? That's my favorite. Because I'm perfectly unhinged. What's accuracy? Accuracy is easy to make up. Now, unless they really radically change any gear sets, and we won't know. See, everyone's looking for retaliations. But everyone is basically Sheriff. They're gone the same build. I mean, I finally got it. See, this is the problem. A lot of stuff here. See, like this guy here. Like, some of these people, like, I can tell they're not good players. And as much as I hate to say it, you can just tell they're bad. Like, that name reeks of other stuff. But then again, I have been on 4 red, 2 blue for a long time because I don't ever trust the defense in the game. Basically. People fake that they're good, but it doesn't always mean they're good. Me, personally, I'm good in the roles I'm in. I just don't like cheese. By that, I just play normal. You know? And usually the loudest are the dumbest. And the ones with the longest names are the most sus. Kiss my ass. You're shitting me. You're literally shitting me. That dude has 88 hours in the game and he's talking like he's a god. Like, I knew the man was sus, but not that sus. 88 hours. He He hasn't even scratched the goddamn surface. He went into the dark zone for a little bit. He's killed 11,000. I mean, it's clearly an alt account, and his avatar is... Look, never take anyone seriously that their avatar is a Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yeah, no offense. See, a lot of these people I either know or I've seen. If I have never seen half of these people, see, that person's probably a Diablo 4 player. See, normally, right, I would see the people who are on. Like, even my friends I normally level with or play with aren't on. I was hoping and praying they'd be on to make leveling simpler, but see, the reality is, right, now we're in the third or fourth stringers being on. Damn it, see, I missed Assault. That was a new global event. See, I arguably would say a lot of people, when you start looking up stats, like this is a majority, it looks like new blood. How long they stick around is anyone's guess. But reality is, they might stick around, they might not. This game weeds people out. It's one of the sad parts about this game. You know? It always weeds people out. Half these people you can play on controller, but... Jesus. Jesus. No, you aren't. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. You're shit. I guess that's oh yeah, no. Slow, tactical, confidently put yours... No. If I told people I ran into a rabid female furry in this game, I don't think they ever believe me. It was calling us chuds. Oh, this man is a meme. This man is a goddamn meme. He plays Escape from Tarkov, right? There will be swearing, there will be chaos. Respect, that is all. If you use any sort of racist, sexist, you will be pegged. Respect chat. Causing or seeking drama is an easy... I guess this is what you call being a snowflake, alright? Honestly, I swear to God. Like... Yeah, he won't last long. Like, he ain't gonna last long in this game. The first time he goes into the DZ, he'll be called the N-word. And called the F-word, then called the C-word, and he will instantly cry and run away. Yep, people. Lest they never change. If that is your moniker, you ain't gonna last long. Then there will be your mama jokes, and then random sister jokes. If that doesn't work, right after they take your girlfriend jokes. There's a whole list of insults everyone goes down before they get to them. And if one doesn't work, the other one works. Now, hopefully I can finish out the season journey. Okay. Let me see what I need. I haven't found a fucking hoarder all season. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Agent requesting backup.
control point detected.
She takes a shot from the outside.
control point nearby.
Black Tusk took the antivirals to their stronghold at... Need you to recover them before that happens. We've ID'd a weak point in the perimeter of the base that should get you inside. We'll have a helo on standby to extract the antivirals once you secure them.
Civilians in danger. Incoming hostiles detected.
Some of this. Screw you, you division puke.
Is that the last one?
Target is near you, Agent.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
We got the firepower.
detected. Friendly control point in proximity.
I'm getting reports that Black Tusk is present at the old hyena den. Target the site and see what you can find.
Some of you may have heard that I am working with the Secretary of Homeland Security, Calvin McManus. I would like to take this opportunity to clarify the tenure of our relationship. The government has had contracts with Sokolov Concern since the late 80s. Still ran the company. When the green poison tragedy befell the nation and rogue agents damaged the reputation. Cal asked
Detected. Location guarded by heavily armed hostiles. Access key detected.
Stay down.
woman in white, the Dark Angel. While I'm flattered by being very creative,
Progress halted. Manual override
Daddy
required.
girls wanted to build upon the legacy I inherited. I grew up wealthy.
Progress resumed. Agent in need of backup. Heavily armed hostiles guarding location nearby. Friendly combatants nearby. Friendly supply convoy detected.
This should really be mounted on a chopper, but if you can take it, by all means.
Yeah, beside myself muted. So, yes, so I need spec kills and I need at least a shepherd's rank. Hmm. Oh. Fuck. Yeah, it's gonna be so annoying.
Incoming hostiles detected.
You know what? I'll just go back to about 150.
No shot from here.
See, this is the process where you have to. And to get it, you need 6. So, good luck getting any of those. See, this is about easy. Like, you would think this would be the easier one. That one would be harder. Because that one, or even that. By the way, the waiting game on the aiding is separate. And I don't believe in actually begging for support calls.
I've been trying to shut.
Lee is certain that if we take this chemist out, we can disrupt the Hyena's spice supply line.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'm trying to wrap the season because I already kind of. Which I kind of should have already had the ones done, but I was lazy this season.
Incoming hostiles detected.
I'm usually trying to phone in the damn season journey late. Always. It's getting to be But you would think I'd be able to find 3 hoarders. No. Again, I haven't seen a single hoarder all season.
Hyenas are holding some medical personnel and
Like, I haven't seen a single hoarder all season. Because, look, at least at some point you're gonna. I maybe take it back. I maybe run into one.
Guarding location nearby.
I was never intending. But the problem with most of the seasons have been if they have that odd objective. Now, the odd objectives are really killing the seasons. And I've been like this. It's actually why I stopped playing Fallout 76. I was like, it's the same shit, and it's just really no gain. Here, we do gain, but it's the amount of work to it. Let's see.
I'll get some fire on them.
Broadcast picked up.
Oh, there's bullets. Thank you.
Access key detected. Progress resumed.
See, I would say arguably the best, one of the best perks, basically, of many, but it is one of the worst guns. Leveled? Yeah, it's. It does some of the worst damage of a spec.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Which, I mean, it's not the greatest of specs. Like, Gunner is largely used on, if anything, used for its perks, not used for the gun. Because in reality, it's one of the absolute worst. Even if it is leveled. Because its actual damage is not even worth doing. Which is really shitty to say, as much as the class is good. If you just don't take into account you're never using it for the spec gun, then you are in very, 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 very good business. But yeah, like, they're going to be doing it. Because the problem itself is just speculation. It's hell. Like, if you're going to do the other mode, look, balancing out gear is already near impossible for them to do. Prototype gear is going to be tested next season, basically. You got escalation, which God only knows, because escalation could be its own form of retardation. And I mean that with all due respect, it's not that I say with escalation that it's not a bad mode. Potentially. It just does not sound good. Something about escalating threats with increasing difficulty, I don't know if that's an actual thing. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in D4, it doesn't work. Here, it's tolerable. And if basically we had, what was it, progressive leveling anyways for completion, I mean, that's the one thing Diablo 4 does. Diablo 4 does progressive completion. So if you've done it on another tier, you could always do it. It's always there. But journeys are not. I mean, if we're talking in total, I finished the game by the skin of my ass, then yes. This was only a month-long season. Personally, I was not happy about it. Some of us do have other stuff that's on the dockets. You know. Now, reality of it is, look, FOMO out of the ass? Yes. Is there special stuff in these packages? Yes.
Detected. Nearby. By hostiles.
I need 5 more. See, getting a shepherd rank shouldn't be hard. See, I think getting the shepherd rank won't be hard. It's everything else. Because you would think I could run into basically a hoarder at some point. No. Hoarders used to be a lot more common. But apparently not.
Civilians in distress. Incoming hostiles.
If you ever want to try to find Snitch, it's always like trying to find it if you're going to find the other one. Because usually that's the same place he can spawn. Because look, trying to complete the more tedious part, completing the levels in a season is not the hard part. Completing the season's journeys are more the obnoxious part. So, everywhere you would run into a treasure or hoarder is not there. So, from manholes in streets, usually they'll then include parking lots. See, sometimes he'll appear out here. He used to be one of the easy little spots you found him. Come and shoot you with a pistol. Same place you usually go. You know.
Civilians in distress.
But that's not the ones. Yep. Easy south. Like, I don't, like, there used to be it. The opening, around the opening, is 3 spots. Usually everywhere. DCD. Because people spawn around DCD too. So it's like, shit. DC area south, which is usually around there. I don't care if the bounty is lost. Why is that a... Why? On God's good green earth is that a thing? And I mean this, right?
Agent, it looks like the True Sons have set up an armory in the National Bond. The True Sons have turned a local...
See, it just sucks entirely. And I don't think it's going to be as easy. Ain't going to be easy to get the other one.
Hostile control point identified.
This game is dark. It is pitch black. Basically, when this game is dark, better be able to find your way. So if you do not know your way, you're going to get lost. See, I may not be able to finish the season journey this season. Probably due to my own reasons of not starting earlier, but taking the break in between. If I can get to that last tier. If I can get to that last tier. That's going to be the easy part. It's the third one that's becoming the hard one.
Hostage health is critical.
Huh.
Hostage is dead. All hostages are deceased.
Very unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. It's one too many conditional endings on the one. You know. God, I am so tired of fucking teleporting around. It's a lot of legwork to do nothing. Like, it's not the spec kills that are the worst. It's like you put a shepherd rank behind him. See, it's the spec kills are easy. That's number 5. The horde kills, you're not running into him.
Podium and onto Air Force One. He didn't hesitate. I wish we could disclose all of the wonderful work he's done.
Multi-kills in a group might be possible. But see, that's going to be the annoying part. That's the other one. That could be the sixth one. See, it's the problem. It's the tedious parts. Why is this at 3, not at 4?
Airburst launched.
Manual override required.
Hostile civilian targeted.
The best reason to move to the castle is the people. I know that's cheesy AF, but for real, the people here are some of the coolest bitches I've ever met.
See, the 4th rank is so easy. The other one is not. So I'm hating about these. Sometimes these are easy to do, and sometimes they're annoying. Because I'm already at 50. Because the last is going to be either this one or that one. If I can't get that one, I'm going to have to force playing in a group. That's going to be stupid. That's a really hard one to force. But if I force that, it will be a different story. Now, the simpler choice would be to match. He hasn't been online in ages. I haven't seen him on in a bunch. And it really brings out a player that hasn't played in a while. Yeah, what though? It won't be too bad. But is he only ranked 20? Yeah, odd. Easy. Oh, now that one open. Ooh. I do hate heroic NPCs. This might be easier than I think. He's effectively AFK. But why does it have to be one of them? Fuck. I hate the tanks. Fuck. Fuck my life. This is ping, though. See, I should not have to join on somebody else to do a fucking objective. See, general NPCs just have a bunch of health and a bunch of armor. That's about it. These guys have 60 million health and they're not even fucking stupidly powerful. Kind of the problem. It's also that thing I'd say when there's not scaling. If he's been AFK too long. Oh, I don't like this one bit. I don't like this one bit at all. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't like this one bit. Scaling. See, at least he doesn't play with objectives. Or directives, sorry. Directives is fucking cancer. They're good for XP, ass for everything else. Anyways. This is gonna be super annoying. Fuck! What kind of desync hell is this? Oh my. See, he may be on a really laggy server. This is a laggy server. I don't know. I forget what region he's in. But I can feel it. Sadly, I have to do that. Not much of a choice.
Hostile control point detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
And now this. Ah, sponges. God, these are sponges. I wonder if they're going to increase toughness in the next season.
Additional hostile contacts.
Because it's already looks like this already looks like the scaling is already up. So if they're already fucking with scaling, I would be solo? What the fuck is so... Is he on? Oh, fuck. Oh yeah, this is a lot. See, you can always tell the laggier servers. Hit detection's at pieces of shit. Fuck my life. Oh shit. Fuck. 10 ping difference. That's like a 12 ping difference. Jesus. The fuck? This is definitely a fucking... Goddamn laggy. Great. My fucking armor doesn't even healing, doesn't even kick in. This is so stupidly cancer. I'm being honest. This is lag. More than anything else. The stuff I do for achievements, I tell you. Sure, whatever I mean. If something hits me, I guess it counts. Dude, a 50 ping is bad. I can't even... I'm not gonna lie. There's certain types of servers I refuse to play on. I have fiber. When hit detection's bad, hit detection's bad. Basically. Jesus. Like, my normal ping is probably 37. God, their servers are potatoes. Hold on. Now there's a way to fix this. Ah. Let's try that again. That is a horrible, horrible thing to 40. Ah, that is a. Everyone's trying to log in and rush the servers just to get ahead. That's the problem. I mean, technically, that's a 5-second lag. Like anything's like 5 or 6 is just death. So. Like my native is at least, what, 37? I wonder where it fucking spit me out. Like, I know he's in America. Whatever server it spit him out on was just terrible. Even for me, when I went back to a native server, it was 47. But I do forget when the Chinese log on, the fucking servers go to shit. Because they always come to American servers, clog our servers, because their own servers are dog shit. Okay, alright. Alright. What server does it have me on? It's gonna take a little bit more than I think. So I have to reboot my entire thing. See, I might not be a graphics one. When it comes to graphics, that is unacceptable.
Priority objective available.
Yeah, restarting the router's like the last fucking bit, so it doesn't take long. That's a problem. It irritates me. But that might explain it, though. And lo and behold, there was a router update. Right in the middle of gaming. Gotta love it. So, wonderful. Wonderful. That would explain the fucking vibe of fucking idiots. Alright. Let's try that again. Alright. Let's see. Unfortunate timing, by the way. I'm having a router update. But not the end of the world. It's not the end of the planet. It's not the end of the world. The pain in my ass. The issue itself is playing that game with lag is not the way to play. Now I gotta find things I can just murder hobo. I'm like that close to the season journey being finished. But all my friends have quit playing for the temporary time. That's the problem. But this will be the first time I'm last out. First in, last out, basically. Let's see if that fixed the fucking desync problem.
Entering safe area.
Crap, that's a terrible sir.
Detected. Friendly control point in proximity.
It may not be entirely my net connection, it might just be the servers. It wasn't like this about a couple of hours ago. See if it settles down. See, I will say that's about my native. So you went about 40, right? So anywhere around 40 is... Holy decent. Okay. Oh. I wasn't lying about them trying to slam servers, because a lot of people are trying to finish out the season before. Trust me, I've been trying to finish out a season before the end before. It's bullshit. Depends on how much. Ever try cramming in the last of a manhunt into something? Yes, it's gonna be great. This is just people trying to do a bunch of retaliations. And then it's a bunch of Chinese bots trying to do shit. Because their own servers are shit. Which is sad, but true.
Friendly control point nearby.
The way I can rule it out, it's entirely my end. See, technically, Ubisoft servers are made and run on potatoes, but traditionally. Which is not an unusual trait, at least for Ubisoft standards. Like a little bit of jitter is not bad. A big jitter, I actually start asking. I start asking questions. That's its issue because did you two even start? Well, Windows updates. Both there. It's annoying and obnoxious. When you think everything's okay, then the other times it's not. So, apologize for the technical issues, which does happen on more than one occasion. Which sucks. I just hate it when it happens when I'm in the middle of trying to do something. Maybe 2, 5, 8, 6. Really? First of the month. But that's from the last, so if that's... See, I really pray that's not a framework update. Because if that's a framework update, I'm dead. That would be a trick, wouldn't it? Just let everything work. Because I don't like playing this game at like with 6-second lag. Or at least on an American server. Things are spongy enough without help. Yeah, it shows bitrate drops. Yeah, let's see, it dips and then it comes back up. See, it dips and it comes back. See, normally, what, my router updates about 2 a.m. If not, I'll just live with it until it gets done. It's not even normal MS. Oh, then it drops down. Where the fuck did it send me? Yeah, see, that screwed up my send rate, didn't it? Yep. See, that's kind of a bad update, though. Something is not working correctly as it should. Again, their servers might be having a heart attack. Because it's generally about 5 or 6 hours before a reset. Everyone goes, oh shit, I need to log in and do seasonal shit.
Priority objective available.
There I need people who have a low group who is not playing heroic, and I need about 40 kills. And now what?
Black Tusk took the antivirals to their stronghold at Tidal Basin and are planning to move them to a more secure location. We need you to recover them before that happens. We've ID'd a weak point in the perimeter of the base that should get you inside. We'll have a helo on standby to extract the antivirals once you secure them.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Anime sort file is sus. But if it gets my kills, I can fucking move along.
Sounds like you're gonna need all the help you can get. The support team is standing by, but you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the main gate.
Looks like
Need to
someone is
retrieve the
suffering.
antivirals before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate them.
Priority objective available.
Easy.
Another agent is now in your group.
Don't be stealing my kills.
We're pinned down by turrets at the main gate! Find a way to disable them.
Sadly, this mission doesn't change.
We've been compromised. Reinforce the main gate sector.
God bless for having lower players. Some kill system. Now we're in business. I'll get the mission done. Found. Oh, this slept my taste, but oh, these are brand new players. Adorable. Oh, they are brand new. They're not Smurfs. Yeah. A little bit. I do heavy lifting. Oh, they're brand new. These are the players I prefer to him. My just friends are good, you know? You to high hell, your dicks.
Ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secured!
Look, I'm not gonna bash the... Look, he's using the other... It's an adorable build. Fortunately. The fuck is he using? I'm kind of curious with what he's using. I hate modifiers. I so do.
Now locate those antivirals. As soon as you retrieve them, send up a flare to signal the support team.
I would rather help you. But these are brand new, Pete.
Okay, listen up.
The 165 and the other.
Antivirals by hovercraft. I want these cylinders on
See,
separate
there's a
schedules.
difference between a person like me, who's played for ages, and then has the other. Guys, this way. Wait. C is push to talk in this game. I keep forgetting. Gear up here, and then the other. Go in yet. And they're trying to rush it over. New players. They don't know. Maximize loot. That's the trick. Can't help them. Thank you. If I had known that, I would have done this about an hour ago. See, I'm not the type to speak. I'm not the type that it's beneath me to help people. Most don't understand. They need help.
We're bringing a cylinder on board now.
See, I'm hoping next season with Escalation, it isn't just another dead mode. See, the problem with prototype gear, it's something you just gotta see the loot to complete it. Because the problem is, we know kind of what it is. Oh yeah, by the way, that skin's from this season he's using on his character. It's very Ghost Recon Wildlands. Oh boy.
Serious trauma to take.
You know what? I hate. What armor is he using? Brittled armor? He's using the other one where there's kills that eliminate that? Yes. That's what he's doing.
Additional cold storage device detected nearby.
Get that second antiviral cylinder.
Ay.
First cylinder in the meantime.
I mean, I would rather choose Fog of War. If you're going to choose anything, choose Fog of
Wyvern, hostiles captured one of the cylinders. They're trying to intercept the other one.
Hold the bridge and protect that cylinder.
System disrupted. System back online.
Airburst fired. Here they are.
Requesting support fire. We've got hostiles on the bridge.
Request denied. We can't risk those antivirals.
Copy that.
Thunderbird. They'll tear you to pieces.
System reactivated.
I want to still kill small of them. Ah, he's using the iron lung, isn't he?
System disrupted.
He's using the iron lung. Thank you.
System restored.
Just a bit of stepping on toes, but this is not the game you really should be walking over your teammates. Nope. Can't help them with that. They decide to walk over people. I don't like that idea. Walking over people is always the worst. See, you can do that in other games. Like, walking in front of people's shots are not the absolute pits, but I'm going to be honest. It's really bad etiquette to walk in front of somebody who, in theory, can't know. See, Fallout 76 is basically similar. Like, if someone walks in front of you and you're using an explosive build, you're gonna die. This game, they just eat your bullets and then they eat the other half. See, I'm going to be curious. See, the thing is, if prototype gear is going to be anywhere near as what we think it is, I'm up here. I also need an invaded stronghold too. So 6-1, half a dozen there. It kind of works out both ways.
Christ, she's insane! Agent, do whatever you can to prevent the launch of those rockets.
Rocket launchers are loaded.
God damn it, Wyvern! Stand down!
Negative, sir. I refuse.
Yeah. See, the problem with crossplay is as soon as Destiny 2 added crossplay, servers kind of went to shit. I'm gonna be honest. That's something I even remember when it did it. When Destiny 2 went crossplay, god damn, we're like, sure, it's 60% of the base is still PC, but man, did it feel terrible to be the only PC person and the rest were basically, I've done it. The lag is almost jarring. It's whiplash at that point. Because their servers are absolutely janky yo-yos. You know. If these servers run on potatoes, those servers are far jankier. Good. But I'm pretty sure if they don't do maintenance, I mean, it's gonna be shocking. I love that grenade, but I hate that grenade at the same time. By the way. Because it's a grenade that, when it's thrown, it's only for fire start. Oh,
I'm gonna remember killing you. It's been a while since I could say that about anyone.
see, playing with friends. I wonder how long it actually took. It would take them. The bullet wise.
Come to save
Terms is serious though. That might not be too bad. But challenging.
enough small talk.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, they're brand new. They don't know. Give her room. Give her room. She has an immune bubble. I can't do it.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Okay.
Rocket launch backup power activated.
Hello.
Launch sequence initiated. An agent needs assistance.
He stood right in front of somebody. You're not a tank. Like, I am a close to a tank, but I am not a tank. You're such a bitch. You are a bitch. And I know it. I know it. I know it. God damn it, I hate. Why that happen? Does he have that fucking modifier? That fucking. Sorry, that mud modifier throws off someone's entire style, by the way. Fucking stop. Nope. No heals for you. By the way, this woman can backhand like a motherfucker. Don't ever let that shit fool you. Right. Man, you are a tinky little witch. Skill level is entirely receptive. No one truly downed? Oh, that's a good sign. Good. It's not really the shade level that helps. It's more the tactics. Because being 4 red and 2 blue allows me to have the shield as well.
Sir, we've got enemy helicopters on approach. Should we knock them down? Negative.
No.
Open fire. Can't chance those cylinders getting destroyed.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit of luck. Agent, you managed to secure the antivirals and shut down a key Black Tusk stronghold.
Optimize an item. Clear 15 floors.
Truly incredible.
God. Okay, so optimize. That's easy. What is that? 1, 2, 3. Kill is good. In retaliation, complete the countdown objective. Okay. Huh. Fine. I got what I needed. These don't require a group. The other ones did.
Entering safe area.
Well, the difference between a player who's played is usually footing, because they see somebody surround the opponent and they don't think they're going to get punched back. She has an immune bubble. Well, immune window. It's not a bubble. It's like a immune window.
Friendly control point.
She can't be hurt. Basically. So it makes it hard. See, I always respect the firepower of NPCs. Firepower of NPCs is people misunderstand about how powerful they are. People say they're easy till you get gunned down in 3 seconds. Like, roughly I can come close, but I got 3 instances of armor regen. Right? Got here, and I got momentum. So, I can basically easily tank so all day until the cows come home. So, technically, it's not about the other. But, I mean, my armor is not infinite. So, you can tell me I have no fucking target practices. While EP is EP protocols entirely separate, you know? It's fine. You know, as much as I say, a lot of it is easy to be. Gear shift, huh? Gear shift is new. Ooh. Ooh. Harrier's Pride. What did we get here? I didn't have any of those. I think I don't have a Tempest, but I mean, basically, if you pay $20, you get 20 levels. But the big part about it is, I think you can have access to a bunch of other stuff. But I think it's the 50. The 50 inventory space is pretty much the only reason. Plus, you get enough to, like, I'll be good on a premium credits for the next season. Basically. That's gonna be what is that, about 1,000 credits a season? So, roughly, I mean, the absolute worst.
Friendly control point detected.
Kill squad and retaliation. See, arguably, doing retaliations on normal aren't the most apt. But
Local power grid compromised.
I'm gonna do a little bit better. Lead a target practice. Countdown can go eat a bag of dicks because I never wish to do countdown. The only thing I hate worse than the digital underground place is countdown. So, come on, game. You can provide. I know you can. I know you guys can. Okay, and no, it's just possible. Look, it's possible. It's just fine. It's not impossible. It's just provide. Now, the problem is it won't give you target practices when you need them for a mission. So, traditional. It's supposed to. I think it will. Because it doesn't guarantee it. So, see, this season journey isn't as miserable as they normally are, but it is still stupid. That middle section, 3 is harder than 4, by the way. This is an interesting one. I'll do a fucking SG. Oh, you bastards. Oh, you fucking dicks. Oh no, you are fucking. That is just. That's awful. How it's one target? Really? Okay. So I missed one. One. Oh, I hate that. Oh, you were such a. I see it. Oh my god, I see it. Okay, I see it. Okay. Oh, I see it. It's not showing up, but it shows up right at the very bottom. So that's pretty far. Okay. Yeah, that was close. Huh? That wasn't a good one. No, I think it's a distance. You can't even see stuff. That's actually a problem. Because that is beyond 50 meters. Like in a firing range, even that one's beyond the firing range. Because beyond the firing range, the furthest back is 50. On the wall, even. You ain't hitting that on nothing, G. I mean, realistically, you can, but that's not impossible.
Hostile control point detected.
Look at a hide down. You're gonna like actively hit. Like shooting that's like kind of you can't shoot, you can't see. So
I guess we should make this harder for you. That was perfect.
one's done. Yeah. It's kill squad. Well, I mean, season overall, at least the anniversary stuff has a lot of good stuff. But it's largely FOMO, if it isn't anything. Now, realistically, it's a very rushed season, and I'm not happy about it. It's an extremely rushed season. And I'm not the only one. Like, if you're just trying to get in, get out. where I'm going to get 2 armor plates from. I'm not going to get 2 armor plates from something. And I'm going to be able to break 2 armor plates. Thank you. And there's 1 armor plate. Save retaliations for your friends, but traditionally, at the moment, they're pretty easy to get. So, retaliations are pretty common. You're just gonna kill enough things, you'll get them. So, personally, it makes no difference to me. Right now, I want this seasonal shit done.
En route. Incoming hostiles detected.
When I say these fuckers have an aimbot a mile away, they generally prove it. The only game I've ever seen. Like, you would swear they cheat with the amount of just, if you don't see them, they could fire you from the dark. Not even about optical, like, any kind of camouflage, so... Like, how are you shooting me and I can't even see you guys? Which is... By the way, that was more planned. You can still shoot through car windows. I mean, technically, it's an old trick from the first game, but it works. Now I need a sig kill. Really, 4 sig kills. Aren't you enjoyable? Thank you. Thank you. Hi, Kill Squad. What's up? You're just gonna be bastards, aren't you?
Kill squad down.
Yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now. Done. I just had to get past stage 3. So. Now, realistically, right? Next season, I'm hoping, is a little bit less compact. Like a month season? Not a good plan. It doesn't matter if it's action-packed. Most people don't have... I'm not saying it's the time. It's because of the way people play. Like, if you're playing this normal, you're going to basically skip a week. Like, realistically. Come on. Now, I'll be honest. The thing about Division is, like, it's a fun game in the aspect, but it's usually what we're driving for. Me personally, if you have everything, that's what you get the person who has everything. That's my problem. I'm just the person who has everything. You know? That's my problem. Goal-oriented is the term. So if you're not goal-oriented, it's like... I missed one or two global events because I didn't think about it, and they don't advertise their event well. There's the raccoon on top of the car. See, the wildlife in this game, the deer, the dogs, the raccoons, they all pop. Usually when you see, like, the raccoons, they just usually run around, which is strange. They'll be like, you'll get near them as soon as whatever. Dogs will usually often run, like, right out from, in middle of fire when you're not. But, again, deer will just be grazing. Like that. A dog just randomly runs through fire. Not sure why. You would think, but somehow all the time this happens.
Reinforcements incoming.
Did not know why.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But as soon as raccoons pop out, they'll disappear as soon as they appear. So, you see. Deer will almost stand there. But they'll be gone in an instant. But all dogs randomly spawn right in the middle of a... You'll basically find them. So... A lot of it, I think, is just going to be the prototype gear. So, I mean, granted, look, honestly, I want to read the patch notes. Because whatever the patch notes are, you need to find it. Because honestly, prototype gear is a fucking separate matter unto itself. If they're gonna do it and you roll it out like you did Division 1, maybe. But you can't do it the same. Now, traditionally, the survival mode might be interesting. But again, survival would have been more interesting during winter. Looks buggier than dog shit garbage, but details. That's the problem. I'm pretty sure it's a fine thing. Because I can't even recall the PTS for this particular one coming out. It was either the worst kept secret or the most private. Oh. know there was a maneuver. But I mean, traditionally, if a season isn't compact, we're not trying to finish up stuff in 4 weeks. Like, this is the worst month this year to be releasing anything. Like, a lot of players who are playing this will be playing Crimson Desert, Neo 30. Maybe not Neo 30, but definitely Crimson Desert. Diablo 4's basically Diablo 4's DLC is going to be at the end of this month. I mean, I got to work on my game over there. Crimson Desert is basically the other one. So I need to finish up that. So, like, most part, I was trying to rush to finish the season. Normally, I would have already been halfway through. Well, you wouldn't see that kind of a rush. Now, it annoys me that a lot of the we'll have to see how we'll be back to the damn weekly crap next month. Next thing. Favorite part is when they choose to hide. They don't think you see them, but you do. Now, certain ones are very sneaky, right? You're not going to see them. That's the truth. Some, you're never going to see them. They'll soon. But, if you know where they last took cover, and you about look, you can find them. I mean, I'll admit, some NPCs blend in better. So, like, this game isn't interesting. Where it stands at this point, it's seasonal, driven by story. You get occasionally public events, or global events, as they're usually called, and then sometimes, occasionally, nowadays, we get events that help us out. I'm not necessarily saying it's one of those games it's easy to get into, but it is, to me, sometimes it's more annoying and repetitive, but anything is annoying and repetitive to me after doing it 5 times. Hi. Yes. See, I don't need blueprints. You know what I mean? I don't need them. For the most part, I have everything. Now, as for the way I play traditionally, it is just the realm of either I am lit up horribly, or sometimes it's just the need. Don't go into a full firefight expecting not to be have a bunch of bullets put into you. So now, overestimating your tankiness is death. Pretty sure. Like, basically... I don't know. Then again, I can play other stuff. It's just, this is just an easy grind build. See, I swear, the early parts of the journey are the worst ones. The early parts are the worst. Then you get to 30. I mean, I should finish it out. See, I don't... Look, I don't care about... See, I'm one of the weird people, I guess, right? Because a lot of these, if you're playing an objective, you gotta, like, actually do a couple of those. But here's the thing. I'm not saying 300 food is valuable. Okay. How hard is it to get 300? It's annoying as fuck when you've already donated 100. That's the problem with those objectives. Those objectives should all be progressive completed. By that, if you've already done it, right? It should count towards another. If that makes sense to people. But it doesn't in the eyes of the developers. They don't think about it. See, Diablo 4 does that. Okay? That's, and like people go, look, it sounds like Diablo 4. Well, see, here's the thing. Food is a finite, because food is part of shade caches and everything else. You know what I mean? Now, personally, I find global event rewards ass. By that, I mean, what are we turning stars in for? 20 for an exotic crate? Okay. Here, there. Why do I care? I mean, but that's part of the problem. Those of us who have been in the end game for the longest time, as much as we seek a challenge, it's not about seeking the challenge as much as the ability to do what we want with multiple builds. I mean, drip clothing doesn't... Cosmetics have never sold me in games. I collect them, and then I have a character that never uses it. Like, I think I've very rarely ever bought an outfit in this game. Like, this is one of them, basically. Here. But that's only because of what it is. I mean, it's... I should say I'm more apt to buy like stuff in other games. Like technically, like Diablo 4 has a couple of skins I want, but that's not a here nor there. But this game, I mean,
Constitution Hall is under attack.
god damn it. Of course! Bullshit! Why do you do this? See, if I don't do that, I lose control of Constitutional Hall. Oh, great. So, like, if anything's a drip game, right? This is the Asher outfit from SR. The Asher outfit. I mean, personally, I have the outfit on my other game, but bear in mind, this game we didn't have it. And then underneath it is the only one. My other characters, I don't change the outfits of. I might do it for my second character, because everyone's starting to get that skin. Everyone's getting the Hunk skin from the Resident Evil, so it's not as unique as it used to be. So I may actually change that character's. But as far as this one goes, it's still unique. By the way, the only reason this works is because I get armor on kill. Now, the problem is, as long as I don't get hit at any point, I'm in business. Okay. The downside to this is because the three-piece on this keeps me alive. It's like 20, 50% health on kill. That's kind of a nerf. It was 30, so you get roughly about 40. But it's like, look, I mean, if you complain, sure. Like, I'll be frank. If you're going to 30% health on kill with Gunner, yeah. Higher difficulties, 30%, 30 armor on kill is nothing, by the way. I have had enemies rake across me with a shot about half of a clip from a fucking SMG, murder nearly all of my health, and I am at like that of like basically 1 point something million. So yeah, good luck on that one. 40% per kill is about, you know, you think that's too much to ask for? No. And I mean, the vendors, too. The global event vendors have been shit for such a long time. Like, they're a chance vendor because, like, if I said how many times I forgot I had global event stars, it would probably be a lot. It's because I don't care. There was a time. There's no global event. See, this is countdown. Really? They put a Black Friday over here? That's hilarious. It's thunder. It's kind of interesting. You think? See, this is the other way you can just get stuff done too. But that's more earlier on. See, it's like the event vendor. There's no global event vendor. Oh, that's adorable. There's a level 17. That's a rarity. See, legitimately seeing a person below 1,000, then you have players like this. I mean, they exist. You know, they're not. What ender is this? Besides being a terrible vendor. Broth. But yes, this is Mematron's favorite set. I have met people in this game that are like so stupid. He's basically a black guy. He hated his country so much. When he got out of the service, he went to go live in Asia. Partly because he couldn't compete with American women. And I guess he didn't like it. The irony is, he's a racist progressive that lives in Japan. But when he got out of the service, he decided to stay over there. And he championed this. And his name is Mematron. And he very happily exploited the game for a very long time. Casually put up 8 million XP in a week. Yeah. From what I'm thinking, see, I'm gonna start Crimson Desert, but the key is but. I need to clear a day for that, because I think tomorrow afternoon, I got Multi's gonna drag me into Daredevil reviews, which I'm watching anyways. I'm watching Daredevil regardless. Crimson Desert's gonna be a longer stream, because I'm gonna have to break that game in. That's usually 8 hours. This I can play for 4 hours. Be fine. Like, at this point, sure. But, like, Diablo 4, depending on when I'm, like, having to work on gear, that can go longer. Because it took me a while, because last when I left my paladin off, she still needed gear. So, she's not quite Torment 4. But she's like 200 almost. 180, 200. Here, I played the beginning, I played that, but I mean, limp across the finish line as far as seasons go. But this season was all more about the FOMO stuff than anything else. was all clothing this season. I mean, that's all it was. You had this, you have this, right? But I don't think that's gonna matter. I think that's gonna be more interesting. This is just an outfit. Look, I don't like it. I don't get it. I just... That, by the way, that's the fucking... Okay, that literally is the outfit for, what is it? Ghost Recon. Yeah, it's for Ghost Recon. I mean, this is what you pay for. If you like that, that's usually the free ones. I mean, personally, they're not as great. These being guaranteed are like one of the few, and you never have to go hunting for them. The problem is this timeline was really, really bad. It was really rushed. Like, all of this stuff? Nah. It was like this. We had one 5XP event that was like beginning of it. You had ambush, you had assault. I missed this one, but this was the other one. Ambush. I mean, it will be back again. I mean, if this thing is gonna run it. But a lot of this, I mean, granted, everything is gonna kick over. So it's gonna be interesting what they're gonna do with the survival. The question is if it's gonna be done early. Because if it's not done early, it's gonna be done later. Prototype gear is gonna be really interesting. But that's all gonna shake out in the patch notes. Again, I find... I mean, they gave us another 50 stash space, by the way. Yeah. I love the joke to this, by the way. That's because he calls us a soldier. I'm gonna die. I could die. It is that bad. If anyone fucking runs around with that, I'm gonna actually question them. I'm gonna strongly question them. Hey, but to each people, to each their own, would think what this should look like. And I mean that. Look, personally, without this outfit, my character looks very hobo-ish. But this all came, a large majority of this, all came from being in Division 1. This, that, and that. I say that, too. But this all came, this right here, came from Division 1. You had to do the shields, so... Again, you see people with it. That was paid for. So the idea is this one's the other I bought. Most of these I've all earned through the seasons. Some are more off than the others. That was paid for. By the way, yeah, that one was paid for. This was all the seasons we've earned. Ironically, they give that away for $4. Like, I don't know what to make of some of this. Like, this is going to be interesting. People run around with it. But it's not the most craziest outfits. Individually, I have the Huntsman uniform. I have... That's not really as rare. You know? Some, it's more rare than others. So, just depends. Until then, I don't know, I'll figure it out. When the season starts, I'll be the first in. Crimson Desert's on the start list of this month. But I did only play this. I played... See, Fallout 76 was in my rotation. I mean, I might skip a season or two. And not care. You know what I mean? Dune Awakening, it's just the current project I usually sit in and just build. It reminds me. But things do pick up. Because I'll see what the priority is. Like, if prototype gear is, that's why they gave us 50 more stash space. But it all depends on that gear. There's going to be the mode, the survival winter mode, and then there's going to be a mode for scaling escalation. I'm going to be curious, because escalation's going to probably be another horde mode. Probably. It's either going to be like the underground, or it's going to be like Summit. But then again, we already have 4 no-go zones. By that, I mean you got Summit, you have Descent, Summit, Descent, and Countdown. Countdown, I never want to do it. I would rather do Summit. Basically. Descent, I would rather not do it. And see, I got the reminder, by the way, that fuck, see, they finally released their mobile app. That's how I saw it. I swear that was released to the wettest part that no one ever heard. Resurgence. Seriously. This game, I am surprised it released. You know? But it released. Fuck. So, then again, we will see. Time-gated crafting isn't my thing either, so... Probably be till then, because I think Season 8 is going to start tomorrow. But I have to review Daredevil. So... See, very, very busy. I need to finish up Neo 3. I may do it on stream, I may not. But I've been very busy with side projects. Quite literally busy with side projects. Because my commentary stuff that are going over people usually takes up time from gaming. Because I can sit my ass in Dune and build for that reason. But it cuts into everything else. And then Genshin's about to pick up with everywhere else. Yeah, but till then. Division 2 Season 8 is incoming, and I'll start it day 1. But I definitely need to go pay attention to my Diablo 4 character. Fuck. I love the fun fact of being behind. See, all my little special side projects with people. That again. Nothing to new talk about in Dune, that's just me building. I get bored. So, I don't know. We'll see how Season 8 goes. If Escalation's a fun mode or the survival mode is good, they might drop a DLC got put to the calendar for Central Park. Considering Central Park is already a map, like you could literally pull up Division 1's map and look like north of DZ6. That would have been Central Park. So I don't know what they're going to do with all of New York. New York being like 3 separate areas, I have no clue. Okay? This is shit. Right here. Alright? See, if you look here, if you look at like New York, like if you look at Brooklyn, New York is 4 districts. Brooklyn is 4. Central Park's gonna be another, and that's gonna be DLC. Brooklyn is literally the size of a fucking parking lot. Okay? If I have any complaints how they've handled the DLC for this game lately, Brooklyn and New York should be one map. Okay? Fundamentally, Central Park is already there. Central Park has been planned out for years. Not that I'm saying they're waiting to milk it as DLC. It was in the old game. It was planned for the original game. But that's the stuff on the schedule. There's the winter survival mode.
Agent requesting backup.
Okay. I said I was going to make fun of the person. If I ever saw a person in the wild with that Green Army Man outfit, there was one just in front. He was like level 17. He was level 13, in fact. Well, I guess enjoy your first skin that you ever buy. But Central Park is a DLC that's planned for this year. So if it's a plan with the Rogues versus McManus and Sokolova, I'm just hoping it's a half-decent story. Okay? Because we need one. we need a half-decent story at this point. Because honestly, this crap with... Look, there's only two big targets left. That's Natalia Sokolova and McManus. I see McManus being knocked off in Division 3. I mean, we just put down a mutiny, basically. So, take it for what it's worth, you know? And they're teasing a conflict potentially with McManus. Which, it wouldn't make sense to kill McManus right now. Look, the way the story stands right now is McManus is the only person with access to Anna, Isaac, and Black Diamond. Black Diamond is the system that the Black Tusk use to infiltrate both. He's been hinted at since the start of Division 1. Natalia Sokolova, we've all killed but her. But, the key is, unless they return manhunt targets, the manhunt targets are very dense. She has no minions left, officially. Again, it's dragged it out that we should have either dealt with her, but Division 3 is going to deal with a big threat. We're going to have a big threat. But at this point, the rogues work with us, but they're still rogue. That's people who were rogue. Aaron Keener's in the basement of the White House. The other one coughed up details. So yeah, story-wise, it's not a bad story, but it's been reaching its apex for the longest time. Because last thing we had, because we're effectively only, like, winner? Let's see. Pact? So here, what are these with winter? Theo Parnell we got. The other one, I guess it said I didn't do that one, but I get the climax mission for it. I mean, that's where we are, right? 6 months, roughly about a year out from the original game. At this point. Winter was either right here or right here. I forget which. But we put down a mutiny, so let's see what the story for year 8 is. If it's 4 targets and McManus at the end, I could see it. Other than that, I'm not sure. It's just earning gear and figuring out what the modes are going to be. Escalation probably is going to be another horde mode. Prototype gear until we see what it actually does. Not sure. Central Park DLC, they'll probably keep that under wraps until they want to release it. They're talking about a survival mode, but I have a high doubt that's going to drop on the day one. I mean, I don't see them dropping both escalation and the survival. I mean, crazier things have been done. The artwork is out there. You can see it. It's a frozen White House. We thought we were going to get it in winter, but I guess it wasn't ready. Central Park DLC, which it should just be free. Brooklyn, I'll be very honest. Brooklyn was a fucking shoebox. I haven't taken my other characters through Brooklyn. Battle for Brooklyn, that is. That just follows up what happened in New York. With the split of the nurse and then the other. I don't even know what you're going to do with Central Park. What are you going to do with Central Park? I mean, you can only do so many stories with the cleaners. But, in reality, we will find out. I mean, whatever the narrative for Season 8 is, it's just going to be playing out over about 12 weeks. So. I'm not looking forward to that. That's like a weekly to-do list. There's actually a reason I nearly missed the end of this season. Because naturally in my mind, seasons are longer. But reality is, it's still a game worth investing in. I mean, when you have, like, stash is being increased to 500, which is good. But that also means prototype gear is probably going to be the next gear we go up to. Prototype gear is going to be very interesting. Some say it's going to be like classified gear of old, but I'm not sure. Because making classified gear level, the reason why they never wanted to do it was because you have to balance it. Because it's going to have to be like this, but better. You know what I mean? Classified if you wear, like, let's say a 6-piece of it. And is it a 4-piece or is it a 6-piece set? The fact alone, we have all the gear sets we do. We have a whole bunch of gear sets. Like, this isn't funny. Like, these are all of the gear sets. Currently. We get one per season. Now. Half of these aren't even used. I can't think the last time Umber was used. So, roughly about only half of these are used. Let's say a third are used. Breaking Point is a sniper set. You know? So, if you're going to start classifying gear, you're going to have to start making gear of old better. See, that will also signal that Division 2's at its end cycle. Because if the next step is prototype gear, I mean, they gotta be approaching the end narrative. That's just a fact. The reason why we got classified gear in Division 1 was because all the gear sets that were going to be released got released, and you could start balancing it. But it ultimately became normal gear sets never worked again. It was all classified. So if prototype is the same, you're talking, it's going to put classified gear in Division 2, and it's going to retire the old gear sets, which are already out of date. And then it's going to cause them to have to rebalance all gear. Rebalancing every single gear set to this day is going to be a bitch. It ain't gonna happen without fucking something over. But it's gonna at least maybe make some good and some bad. But if it's a gradual rollout in a progress over a season, sure, that's a difference. But the prototype gear is the bigger question. It's not as much as the survival mode incoming. Sure, that's just another alternative mode. Escalation's an alternative mode. I don't know. Prototype gear is probably the next up. Again, prototype gear is going to be the interesting part. But that's all going to be in the patch. I mean, it's just better statted gear. I can't think about it. I'm not sure anymore. Because if that's the case, dear God, there's already a gap in gear, basically. If you think about it, there's already a gap in gear. Some are already better than others. There's a reason gear sets don't get used. There's a reason brand sets that don't get used. If that makes sense. Yeah, the flat region that they don't get used is not the reason of. It's just because they're not good. Again, it's going to take if they do screw up with the new gear system, they're going to be rebalancing it all. You know what I mean? It's from seasons past, too. See all the stuff we have stored away. That's the kind of the point. Prototype gear is probably going to be... I don't know if we're going to have an example of it.
Agent requesting backup.
Get your gear to expertise 30. Upgrade your gear to prototype. Level the augment is more like a cherry on top. So that's gonna Jesus. See, that's gonna fully be like
have to be fully optimized. Once you convert it, once that
that's gonna be stupid as well. So prototype gear is gonna be augmenting. Yeah, this is gonna be a very interesting thing. Because if it's a prototype, so prototype is augmenting a stat. Now, does that mean expertise 30 is separate as well? See, that's going to be a big deal as well. I'll have to find out, though. But anyways, that is a problem for another day. As I say, expertise 30, right? And you enhance a damage, that's going to be very much bigger. So, but yep. I wonder if that's going to start biting them in the ass now rather than later. A single piece of gear from 0 to level 30. You need 385 polycarbonate, 670 carbon fiber, 1100 protective fabric, 90 shade calibration, 204 data recon data, 90 exotic opponents. So in total, you need 223 10, 4,000 fiber, 500 short shade, 1245 field recon, and 540 components. Really. See what I mean? So exotic components that are basically like this. The fabric, and then that's going to be the end game grind. Oh. It's either going to be the greatest thing in the world or break the fucking game. But the question is how are you expertising the 30? Is it the gear being at expertise 30? Or does it give a 30 rating if everything is maxed? And you can't do it to exotics. See, that's going to be where the grind is. That's also going to separate the PvP and the other aspects. And it's also going to separate the classic gear. Well, I got research to do. I think it's going to be funny. But that's also going to create a whole class of gear that's going to be higher above than everybody else. Jesus. Like, you're going to be basically optimizing your gear again. It's escalation anyways. Now, what's escalation? Let me see. Let's go over this before I get off. So escalation is going to go over and it's going to be a new... Let's see here a second. Okay, now this is actually... Now that if I gotta look at this in front of me. So... Show this. I don't care if people see my desktop, but I'll explain this to people. Okay. Okay, if I get views on this or no. But this is going to be the best way to explain this. God. Escalation mission has 10 tiers. The higher you go, the tougher things get. Low tier, you can always attempt a low tier for free. The higher the tier requires escalation tokens. With the scaling based on selected tier. What's funny about this is we haven't had a tier system in a very long time. They planned 10 tiers. Effectively. Division 2 was planned for 10 tiers. That's what people don't. I guess people forgot that. They wanted 10 tiers. Now we have mutators. So, escalation. See, this is... It's going to be like wanting to punch yourself in the balls repeatedly. Very hard. Because people don't think the game's hard. You already have a system of haves and have-nots. Okay? That's what escalations are. They're worse than what I thought they were. I thought they'd be a horde mode. No, they're just entirely separate. Mutators add a layer to the escalation by changing how to play it. Harvester, the enemy regenerates based on your max armor, can overheal, aid specialist. Each season's mutilators will be adjusted, or mutators. Solo group play can play solo or approach. See, this is the prototype gear. Prototype gear, the higher rolls if you're changing after. Prototype gear. Now, when you see, I could see it. So skill cores will remain unchanged, but the values are 1.5 times higher. So, if something is max damage, it will go up. As the cost has been reduced. So, they're going to take the low tiers and make expertise a lot easier. So, a lot of the materials we have now, of course, it can't be optimized or recalibrated. Augments, share a pool. See, this is all how this is going to work. They're basically saying that escalation is going to be the higher difficulty. Which I don't know why, it seems like a dumb idea. Then again, if people feel it's too easy, okay. I don't see quantum becoming very broken. Zacia. See the. I don't like it. Retaliation. Kill Squad's Birdie. Kill Squad St. Elmo. Completion Blueprints. Bullet King, Bloody Knuckles, Beacon. Birdie, Sheriff. Black Tusk will be in the new ones. See, this is where the new season is going to be interesting. See, the new exotic weapon. I don't get it. I understand it. Why would you design a weapon like that? What counts as keeping a weapon holstered? Switching? Receive each. Investor. 10% crit. Blue. That's going to be an interesting one. Can feature any core. See, this is a new season. 2 pieces, weapon handling, unlocks a new. I don't get that. That's a. See, this is what I mean. They keep tossing out gear sets. They don't know what they're doing. So I guess it was wrong. It's not gonna be like it is gonna be like classified, but it's gonna be selected classified on prototype. But it's also gonna be how it works out. Core exercise. For each core attribute, 40% of the other 2 attributes. Skill tiers count as 15. Skill efficiency is ass. Like, I'll be honest, unless they gut skill efficiency and change how skill efficiency works, skill efficiency doesn't matter. But I guess they're worried about skill damage? Look, I'm gonna be very honest. They can bitch all day about fucking red damage, red cores. Blue cores are just tanky. Chest bonus inner core, 40 to 75. Backpack. This talent does not provide. Backpack features 3 core attributes. See, this is what's going to be interesting. Because I want to see this set in action. That set in action is going to be interesting. Because I cannot think of a gear set within years that's actually been relevant. Like Refractor has a couple. Royal Works is weapon handling, magazine, critical hit. Okay. Look. That looks like an LMG set. Swapping increases weapon damage for 5 seconds. The buff is lost if you swap to damage active. The holster for 20, when in cover you deal 20% more damage, could be a lot better. I don't like these. I don't like those. This I don't like. So these, it's like Alpha Bridge was as old, except more complicated. I guess this is going to be the first of their kind, by the way. There was a weapon in Division 1 called the Ein and the Hurt. Both had 2 different effects. Interchange and Traitor. Back and forth has a separate. So one is going to be separate. That's going to be complicated. Let me see. Keeping it holstered when prime reloads the primaries. tires. Having this weapon holstered 5-second reloads and primes it. When primed, this weapon reloads your primary and secondary weapons. I can see that being pretty good. We're going to have new classified assignments. And I guess this is the outfits for the other one. But we'll have to see if there's going to be more. I'll have to see if there's going to be more patch notes. This actually looks like the most interesting gear set in the longest time. But does it crack the... But I don't know if it will crack the Pantheon gear set. Because that's what's going to be odd about it. Because if I make the claim that weapon handling doesn't matter, armor, could it become the tankiest set in the game? Maybe. It would all be how it balances itself out, because prototype gear is just gonna be what we thought, I guess. It's gonna be like classified level. Escalation is, it's not even, it's worse. It's just a new one that an augment you're gonna have to level up. Basically. Level 40. At maximum expertise level. C. Entropy. Looks good. Amalgam could be really good too. Anomaly is very good as well. But yeah, like, this is going to be an interesting season. But this is all going to depend on expertise, I guess. How hard is it going to be to get expertise level up? If it's less materials and less level, it should be easier. But it's definitely going to make the people who are already... If you're already at the end game with a bunch of resources to level stuff, you're going to have a whole bunch of level 30s before everyone's going to be doing prototype very early. So, again, it's going to be a very, very odd season. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. But the question is what's going to be the patch notes for Season 8? This isn't going to be the only thing they change. That's not the only thing they're changing. Here's the thing. That's not the only thing they're changing. Augments are going to be interesting. Because if getting to 30, expertise 30, is where they want gear, the average is at... See, that means they're reworking the expertise system. Which, does that mean the expertise system is getting an entire gutting and rework? Because in theory, expertise, most people are only at +9, +10.
Safe area detected.
I've been utterly lazy with expertise.
Agent, priority objective available.
Okay? But to do the gear, you need a maxed out weapon, escalation cores for the prototype. Because the escalation missions, roughly all enemies we face right now are tier 5. As it stands. They're tier 5. That's asking for trouble. A tank on tier 5 has 60 million armor and health. How the fuck are you metering that up? This comes from a person who's played both games in the dark days of the game. The new gear set, right? If expertise is... See, here's the thing. Expertise is going to get to... honestly, like 9, 10. Because the expertise costs are going to become cheaper. People are dumping into the expertise system. Then they're just going to prototype it. Prototype's going to have a mod. So, realistically, you're creating classified gear out of gear that's already technically God-rolled. Now, effectively, every set's gonna set you back quite a fucking load of crap. If every set to do it is going to be 540 components, by the way, every set's going to be 540 actual components. That's a chunky fucking upgrade. But then again, that means the expertise system is going to go. But the question is, what do they mean by expertise 30? Because that's something I want to see. Because if expertise 30, right, hypothetically, means that see, this is kind of what that means, right? See, this is the trick. You're donating about that. That means you're doing this. This is the question. Because a lot of people don't put into expertise. Okay? Expertise is not done. And assuming it's a lot cheaper in the next one. And it would be curious on how many people are actually expertise 30. Because if you're even talking someone like me who has a majority of the gear already proficient, except for the weapons, basically, that's a big change too. Except for certain stuff isn't maxed out. Because whatever expertise is going to be different. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? Like, if you have your others, and honestly, some are more than that. Because they're going to have their costs reduced.
Friendly control point detected.
And I mean, that's going to be the big change, isn't it? Because if that happens, sure, that's totally not going to be exploited on day one. Because explaining expertise 30, what is expertise 30? Because it doesn't make sense. Because you take you take something like this, magnify something 1.5 times, that's the bonus you get. And then that's going to go up. But how many people are expertise 30? If the expertising level makes more sense, it's less, there's your problem. Because I think the last thing players are bitching about at my level is difficulty in scaling in missions. Or how easy it is. Running the same missions over and over and over again is what people hate. So if the enemy is scaled to 5 right now, escalations are going to go to 10. That means 5 additional tiers of difficulty that goes above a master rank. And then you're already going to have one augment stat, which is going to be, let's say, a defense stat or something with armor. So far, exotics cannot be augmented, but other stuff can. That means exotic components are going to need to be farmed. So a full set is going to cost 540 exotic components. So you know, I look at this like, I mean, but the new season set looks pretty damn good. I'm not gonna lie. Core looks decent for once, but its set's still off. So, like, it has a very weird ability. The 2 named unique guns are going to switch out. If they work like the Ein and the Her, I would actually have to see that. But the problem itself is it's a new gear set. And does it crack the pantheon of gear sets? Which I don't think it will. It's like this. This didn't crack it. Basically. Like, if you think of how many sets we have that have come and gone in the years and no one uses them, the core balancing, I can see that being universal. Like, if you're talking a stat game, now seeing how they're going to explain it, yeah, fucking hell. Honestly, look, they bring back the big Alejandro. Look, you can ask a person. I don't get it. Bring that back, I have no clue the fuck that was brought back for. Jesus. It's a frame that doesn't work in Division 2. But can't tell them that. Because they don't think about it. This gun is going to barely cut it in Division 2. But that new gear set, though, because it's a INGEV. It's an MG5 INGEV. It just has rate of fire. INGEVs have not cracked anything in this game. So, Pecan has got brought back another season ago. So the idea of the core one is that it's going to boost cores attached to it. That's going to be fun. That gear set, if it potentially works, is really good. On paper, it looks good. But we're talking theory crafting, though. Modifiers changed, by the way. That's going to be the big one. Core slotted is going to be bigger as well. Because if you're talking core stats, core strength, you're not going to go for weapon skill efficiency. But it does require potentially the backpack to be good. But it's a gear set backpack. See, that's going to be a fun theory craft set. The backpack features all 3 core attributes at non-exotic. Okay? Non-exotic. Just like Memento. I can already see it. Picard's holster here, that backpack there. Okay? But that's the weird part. That's the outer core set. But overall, you're talking blue and red. But that's a theory crafter's dream set. But overall, the rest of the stuff looks like crap. It's all weapon swap damage. Exchange Trader looks good. But it's an ACRSS and it's an enhanced AUG. Okay. And the goal is you're supposed to be switching it back and forth. I have a high doubt people are going to be remembering to do that. No one's that autistic. No one's that way. Because I mean, and I'm going to be very honest, of all our exotics that we have, I'm just going to say it. I really don't think it's that great. Like, Harrier's Pride might age well. Like, here's the thing. Harrier's Pride is going to probably exist and last. But if they stick it to... So the problem itself is ultimately That gear set looks good. But it's something I'm going to have to play with and see if it actually shakes itself out to be good. But that's the thing. It's going to have to shake itself out to be good. It's not going to be like something you're automatically going to assume that's good. I mean, it's going to be a non-exotic backpack that's just like this. Basically. So, you get a bonus, you get that, and you can stick it with Picard's holster. Oh, I can already see it now. I just think that the problem is going to be the chest piece. See, that gear set might actually be the first gear set to be relatively good in a very, very long time. By that, I mean in a super, super long time. But the problem with it is backpacks and chest pieces. Chest pieces ultimately are not. It's actually the issue here. Chest pieces and backpacks are where the talents are. So that set saying you use the chest piece and the backpack. Basically. Because the chest piece bonuses from other cores of 40 to 75. But I don't know what the set's going to look like or how it functions. It's a builder's dream. And I mean the Royal Works holster, the Bulldog, Perfect Composure is going to be good because if you're shooting from cover, it's 20% damage. Weapon damage. That's going to be fun to play with. But everything else, the chest piece is all swapping weapons. You shouldn't be swapping weapons every firefight. And escalation is going to be made or broken by basically scaling. That's it. It's going to be made or broken by scaling. That's at least my prediction now. Basically, you're going to get an attribute and get it up to 30. So, it's going to go to 30. Which, I would love to know how people are at 30. But, I'm not saying it's entirely implausible. That's every brand set, that's every gear set done. So, here nor there. That's a system that's going to be really interesting for prototyping. But if they think the few players that are like me are going to... Look, that's almost as bad as expertise. System is. Actually, they're more mad lads than I thought. It's the same mission, but with 5 times the difficulty. Added on. Because people think they're not being punched in the balls hard enough. Or their balls twisted enough. So, there's a problem there, isn't it? They say it's going to be easier. I'm assuming even at what this, proficiency is going to become a lot easier. Because everyone who's either maxed all of this out is going to have the advantage. So there's like 41 here. I'm assuming they're going to say it's going to be easier to proficient this out. This might be it. If that makes sense. So you have here, 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 here. They're going to assume that everyone has maxed all of this out. Basically. I mean, I don't know what to say because that's going to be weird. That system with prototyping is going to be really, really weird with the in-game. Inversely, it's probably going to make heroic very easy. But for others, it's going to make it very hard. So the people who do have a higher expertise, or they cheat their way up through all, there is ways to do it, are just going to have a hell of an easy time, and they're still going to say the game is easy. People who have already levels to do it are just going to be way, way ahead. That's going to imbalance conflict and everything else. That is worse than fucking classified. At least classified sets counterbalance each other. Those bonuses are never going to counterbalance because nobody mid-max is in this game. Nobody. Me personally, I got lazy and I'm only +9. I don't care about the expertise system. But I guess I will start caring about it. I mean, it's a mess.
Friendly control point nearby.
Then again, difficulty scaling. Difficulty scaling is already atrocious.
In need of backup.
You know? Shit. Time to kill and time to be killed is already within seconds of each other. I mean, 3 seconds. It takes us 3 to 6 seconds to kill them. 4 to 5? They can kill us in 3. TTK and TBK both have been off. And they're talking about doing escalation through tier 10. Jesus. You know what? I can't. They're gonna rework. Black Tusks will have kill squads. Will Black Tusk now have retaliations? I guess we can earn blueprints. I might finally get the Ravenous, Diamondback, and Bighorn. You know what I mean? I guess that's going to be one of those ones. But you're still going to have escalation tokens for each tier. Or they're lost. Prototype cores are either used in a season or lost. The highest tiers are meant to challenge the most optimized builds. No, they're going to basically single it towards a meta. Each escalation run is a single attempt. There is no checkpoints. Checkpoints has to be completed in one go. If your group is wiped or the mission timer runs out, the mission fails. So it's a loss versus a reward. I'm not even sure. Because looking at that and how it's actually being explained from people like me, it's like, Wids has explained it. I see what it is, because he got into PTS. He was there. Other people were. So that's implying you're getting to Expertise 30. And Expertise 30 is supposed to be easier to get into. I mean, realistically, we'll just have to see him play it by ear. Me personally throwing myself into harder difficulty, getting your balls twisted in more knots, getting one-shotted from across the fucking map because you're a glass cannon, figuratively and literally sometimes, because one stray bullet goes to your head. I can't even imagine that. Again, game developers don't play their own games. I don't think the devs play their own games. Seriously, I don't. Someone's gonna go, well, they play their games. They don't play their game. I've always said Massive has never played their own game. Red Storm played their own game. Red Storm devs actually played the game. Massive devs don't play the game. It's like asking Blizzard devs if they played the game. They don't play their own game. Blizzard does not devs, just to give an idea, in Diablo 4. They have no concept what a rotation skill is. A rotation is for skills. Okay? They don't have an idea. They think people run through a map, pop 2 skills at once, and just go on to the next area. That's what their community managers even think. They don't think we use all 6 skills and have a skill rotation. These devs don't play their own game either. If they did, I would be thoroughly shocked. But we'll have to see how escalation fares. All it is a modification of the mission difficulty with a timer. in a game that still has a cheating problem at the highest tiers, highest echelons. How do I know? I know people who do it. No one's generating thousands, millions of XP a week. They're not that active. But that's going to create a whole host of issues. The expertise system is already a mess. By the way, it looks like a 6-hour maintenance. Fuck. Add about an hour or two onto it, and it'd be good enough. Look, I'm a veteran of this game, and when I see that, because you can look at what people run their expertise at. I've seen people who have it. I've also seen the people who have cheese builds. I run with them. 6-hour maintenance. Christ. That's a full maintenance, and they should have pulled down these servers. That's not coming back till middle of the morning. So they're going to take it down at 2 o'clock, and right when the anniversary ends, and then it's going to be down 6 hours. See, the good, thankful part about the massive maintenance, sometimes they're right on time, and other times they're not. If that. But that escalation system looks like pure hell. That's create your own hell. But we will see. If scaling is as bad as it is now, because currently 40 is tier 5, and you're talking 5 tiers potentially higher on custom difficulty, that's like the people, again, it looks like it's an artificial difficulty increase because they think people find it too easy. And who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit the sweats. That benefits the cheaters who are already running RPMs. They're already running the damage cheats. Then you're going to put in the hands of those people the most powerful gear in the game. And the rest of the people down the line, whoever are matched against them in PvP, you're done. Again, they don't think ahead. They never have thought ahead. I've been on both sides. But anyways, I'll usually be the first in on a season, though. But I do got to start Crimson Desert this month. And I do have to work on my Paladin this season. Even though I'm already halfway through the season now. Over half. But Season 8's going to be an interesting system. And I can guarantee you, with the escalation system, it's worse. At least if it was another horde mode, people would do it. The only people who are going to take advantage of escalation are going to be the cheaters or the people with the builds that put out millions, billions of damage a minute. Everybody else is still going to be stuck doing retaliations and that. The top 1 to 3% of the players that cheat or RPM already are going to be fine. They're going to go in there every season, do it, and then Massive is going to wonder why a bunch of people, you just armed cheaters with legit gear to dominate everything. They already have to use a cheat engine to at least break the system. Now they're going to be armed with expertise gear. On top of prototype. You know what? Again, the actual end game in this game drives me insane. There's a reason I don't do it. Expertise is just something to kill time. But at least retaliations against Black Tusk look good next season. They're going to give us, they're going to basically be giving us Eelbearer and Ouroboros blueprints. So, other than that, escalation in prototyping is going to create a shit ton of powerful gear. Sadly, it's going to be in the hands of either speedrunners that are going to break the game, the very few people who know how to expertise and be normal naturally good, and then a large majority of cheaters who were already cheating and are just going to use it in multiples to become better at just doing what they do. And when someone says there are no cheaters in this game, it's entirely a lie. They're here. Fuck, Astacross was caught doing it, and he had just started. There's an entire clan in this game based on it. Let's show this really quick before I get off. There's no way a clan generates this amount of XP. Like, you can look at runs, basically. I should do that one run before. This is a problem. It's been in the problem since day one. You could always look at the leadership boards all the time. Alright? Let me give you an idea. Look at the average level. This guy's 700. I am 4,000. Alright? This is the amount of XP I have put up today. Almost 9 million. Myself. Let's go here. Top Conflict Clan. Okay? Some people say this. Score. Some of these people are legit. Some are not. Let's go to Top XP Clan. These fuckers are not. Mango is not natural. They openly advertise using bots. normal. You're talking people who are leaps and bounds above everyone. Expertise gear is basically going to give them that. And you know what? Since I don't want to lose my districts, I don't want to log in. I'm just going to do this in Constitution Hall because I don't want to log in and lose my districts. But it's not normal to be generating that. I'm just running this because it's going to be gone by the time I get...
Time is of the essence, Agent.
And I'm not trying to say all Chinese are cheaters. I'm not. It just happens a lot of Chinese and Brazilian people cheat. Same. You can look at the speed runs in this game. They're not natural.
Reinforcements incoming.
I'm just basically gonna run this because I don't want, as much as I would like for districts to flip, I don't want them to flip. What's gonna happen is prototyping can easily make a game. Look, I have enough hours in this game to know it. What's gonna happen? I have enough experience. These devs just opened up Pandora's box. So, a lot of it's... I mean, they're not creating a challenge. Because the people who have already reached Pinnacle Endgame have quit. Or they play like I do. Which is only several times a season. Maybe log in a week.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You know what sucks? They don't got armor plates. That's what's funny. The only thing they got are armor plates is different. So at least retaliations for Black Tusk retaliations are gonna be good. And I'll say this. The thing about what we're gonna see a lot of is I fully expect with the expertise system, because the expertise system has always been right for the cheating. Because, look, there's ways to get resources. we're not talking it's a system that isn't ripe for. And I'm not, and what pisses me off is always about that. It's just the game itself never needed it. Learning to survive isn't hard. Learning to play it good and efficiently is a separate story. I come in here and I fuck around and make 8 million XP.
Hostile control point detected.
And I mean, again, I state this before, I do not need things. I mean, you're just gonna get people who have already do a bunch of damage. Fuck.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected.
So a lot of that is gonna be weird. I'm not gonna be happy about it. Really. Where's the person that fucking controls that turret? They are definitely running and hiding a lot more than they used to. They were not running and hiding this much. But it's going to be easier to get to 30. Then you can prototype your gear. Sure. A lot of people are still stuck trying to get BPs, so what the fuck?
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I just don't want to lose this district by the time I log back in. 6 hours is gonna be a while. But I'm not gonna be in the first. I'll be in tomorrow night. I ain't got to watch Daredevil, and though I have other stuff. God damn it. See, I'm rusty for like the first hour I play. Sometimes. Coming back, and I'm not in system, but then it all comes back to me. You know what I mean? It all comes back. You don't need to cheat at this game to be good. You just need to learn motions. You know what I mean? That's all it is. Just learn how to play the game. Sway of the guns. Like, actual gunplay in this game is usually makes it good. Like, my SIG kills. You guys are bastards. Man, you guys are really bastards. There you are. Yep. Good. I'm talking like speedrun simulator if people want to run retaliations. Look, I don't... There is a part where I sometimes wonder truly about it. Scaling in the end game drives me insane. Like, I'm not saying that it's already hard.
Watch out. There's a kill squad in the area.
Yes. Oh, look, it's a kill squad. Ah. How adorable.
Kill squad down.
Again, I already have a shit ton of blueprints. I don't need anything. Play season in, season out. You're probably going to likely have the blueprints. But that's usually the thing. But yeah, but prototyping is going to be as bad as classified. You already got the problems of the haves and the have-nots. It's going to get worse. I'm kind of the whole, I already got the whole vampire build down to a T. This build's a vampire build, so... Look, I can run through the normal game just fine. I can run through heroic fine. I would just rather not. Heroic is just too much effort for time. Heroic worlds are way too hard just to be hard. Basically. You're basically asking to make the scaling worse. At the end of the day, this is a loot game. More than it is anything else. It's a loot game. Mainly. More annoying to actually have. But Black Tusk retaliations. Now we're talking. Here's the thing about it. You pick your poison on where you like to be. Me, I don't mind heroic checkpoints. Now, personally, I've always felt heroic doesn't scale well. It scales well if you have a build. But I look at this as more of a loot simulator than I look at it as a game. It's a game, but it's also a game with a loot simulating and... What the fuck? Where'd you go? Thank you. Away with you. How did you survive?
Closing on the objective.
See, I'm already through that. I'm through the other one. But hey. Again, I'll probably stream this. Probably not. I...
Secure the area. Thank you, Agent.
I don't know. But I'm going to definitely stream this in a day one. If I'm not going to be playing day one. I mean, do I expect a horrendous patch? 6 hours? Oof. 6 hours, by the way. That's not a small patch. That's, a lot. So 6.5 to 7, depending on... I'd say it's easy, 6 hours. But, man, is that going to be pure interesting. But as I said, I have... My time today is going to be doing a thing on another channel with somebody. And I gotta watch Daredevil, and then I'm gonna stream this at least maybe day one. I'm gonna be so curious what they're gonna fuck up in the patch. And I say this with all due respect. A 6-hour patch fully is not a minor. That's a major one. Now, we're not talking if they're going to address anything within the actual code. Again, intended changes is going to be different than... Intended changes will be different than the unintended. Because depending on how large the patch is, they're probably going to reignite old bugs. Because look, it's not that I take advantage of anything. You gotta, understand. Movement and stuff like that strafing, it's not as quick as it used to be. You know what I mean? It used to be so much more harder. You don't run straight to an enemy. So, that's how you tell the difference between a good player and a bad player. Are they able to do two-direction movements at once? It used to be a lot worse. But I do this normally because I've played for years. And it's called about the chicken dance. See, this is roughly about normal, you know? So, again, we'll find out after the patch if they don't fuck it all up worse. It sounds good like a power scaling dream to be able to create your own thing. But it also means prototype weapons are going to be very strong at a low tier. But I would also love to see how many people are actually at tier 30. Unless I'm going to be very shocked about that. Because they're implying there's a large section of the base that are at max. See, the difference between a person who starts... See, like, yes, here's a guy here. He just started. I guarantee you, if he got, like, a Liberty... This dude just started. Yeah, he's 577. But he literally just started the game. He hasn't been here a what? You know? His build isn't there. It's kind of all over the place. You think this dude's going to be doing... Like, you think this dude's going to be doing, I mean, he's one character. It says 146 hours. Let's say he just started, but he's like... He's basically 146, 77, 15, and 1 hour. You know? You can tell the difference in a player. So roughly he's about less... Let's say 16. 77, 120. Under 3 hours. Let's round out about 300 hours. Me personally, I'm on this character majority of the time. The rest of my characters. Then you got a couple others. You got some that I've known who really they don't complain that they've been here for years. Curiosity. Does this work? This usually doesn't work on Chinese. This usually doesn't work on Chinese people. I will never understand. The Chinese and the Asians talk so much shit, and they cheat so much. Yet their builds look like shit. Their builds look sus as a motherfucker. Okay?
Friendly control point detected.
I tell you this. No expertise gear. None. Yet you have 400 hours in game. You know what? I've always called bullshit on it. Then again, they like to call us racist and call us liars when we catch them cheating. See, roughly I spend about the same, so let's say 75, 29, 29, 22. I spend more time on this character. So what? 60? So let's say these are 60. And so let's say 82. Let's say about 82. Don't let this time played on this character fool you. I am north of 1,000 hours. This isn't time wasted. This is me. I just go in, kill stuff, and get out. Some levels I get because friends want to run retaliations with 4. Sure, I'll probably do that with the next season because the Black Tusks. But nah. My gear is expertise and min-maxed. I call bullshit when someone's isn't. It's not like they forget. 400 hours in game. And you don't have expertise here? Something's up. That's just as bad as the Chinese players and the players in D4, Diablo 4, that fucking private their shit. You know they're sus as a motherfucker. Again, every season. And they're asking for retaliations. And I will bet money the dude plays like ass. How do I know? You know the worst part is when I know someone's cheating? I look at their numbers. Their numbers, if their numbers don't add up, I'm going to actually say it. If their numbers don't add up, their build doesn't add up, something's off. 400 hours in game, and you have no gear, mid-max, or expertise, you're either really bad at the game, or you're cheating. You're not playing the game legit. But I will pick this back up because prototyping is going to be for the major end gamers. Then again, as I said, it's going to benefit, the first people it's going to benefit are the cheaters. It's not going to benefit the average player. It's not going to benefit the player who is grinding up their shade level. Me? You can count my shade levels by my seasons. You can look where I started in the season. You can look at the hours I play. And the stuff I do. Me personally, I don't know. But I don't like exploiting. But I've had the same build for about 5 years. Why break it? Never change it. 6 hours of maintenance. Pray to God they don't break anything. Add about an hour. You'll be able to get in. Wake up. I'll probably wake up. Have the game patched. Take care of it. I might be in tomorrow night. I might stream it day one. I might go do Diablo 4. I mean, to be honest, Diablo 4, I'm already halfway through the season. Crimson Desert, I need to start eventually. But, again, Division I mainly play season. But I mean this. There's good gear set incoming. But I have a high doubt prototype gear is going to be good, but it's going to be good in the hands of the people doing the cheating and doing the expertising bullshit first. The scaling and escalation is probably going to be very far off. They're very unprepared for that kind of scaling. They're not ready for it. They can barely... The reason why we stopped at 40... I'll say this before I have to go. They planned 10 tiers in the game. Initial plan for Division 2 was 10 tiers. They wanted it in the first game. They couldn't do it. So they left it at tier 5. They recalibrated Division 2 to cap the world at 40. They did a great rebalancing so people don't get murdered. I'm 4 red and 2 blue. Million plus armor. Time to kill on me is maybe 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds for them. That's if they burst through my shield first. If they don't burst through my shield, I last maybe a second or two longer than the average player at the end game. I last probably double the time of a striker player who's all glass. Now maximize that by, let's say, 5 tiers, scaled up to a party. You're looking at Diablo 4 levels of fuckery. Okay? Party. So if everything is tier 5 right now, and they haven't adjusted it, and we're still getting our health, they can down a player with 1 million armor in a third of a clip. At this point. That's no armor regen, no unbreakable. What does that shit look like at escalation 10? It doesn't look fun. Currently we have Legendary and we got Master levels. Legendary is just shit taken to the max. Tanks at Heroic have 60 million plus health per piece of armor. That's not counting scaling. That's not counting party scale. Again, if they think the end game has been easy for players for a long time, it isn't. Health scaling and difficulty is not scaling. It's just painful. The devs don't play their own game. But then again, this season we're not going to get Central Park. We're not getting the survival. It's just the escalation and then the prototyping. So, again, prototyping is going to cost 540 exotic parts. There's a math to it. It's not the carbonite. It's not the titanium you need to worry about. It's the other stuff. So, again, creating a class of haves and have-nots is already a problem between the top 1 to 3% and the lower people. Again, I proved there was a cheater. Because it doesn't make sense. People go, he doesn't cheat with 400 hours. He has no modifications on his gear. None. Sus as a motherfucker. Again, but I'll leave it at that. I might stream this tonight. I'll have to see. I might look at the patch notes, play, and then we're only going to have 1 week of assignments, and if it's all Shepherd this week, fuck it. I'll log in, but I ain't going to be playing. That's the thing about Division 2 seasons. First weeks are usually nothing. And if the manhunt is 1 weekly assignment and 12 weeks before the fucking end, nah. We'll see, though. 6-hour patching, and we'll see if they break anything else. We will see. 6 hours is not a small patch. This last season wasn't 6 hours. The time before that wasn't 6 hours. But this is 6 hours. Okay? 6 hours patch. They need to make sure they don't break anything else. But I guarantee it's going to be interesting. If half of what they're doing with expertise is true, they're trying to create a bunch of people who can get expertise 30. Again, I want to say wholeheartedly, Division 3 is off within the next 2 years. 2 years. We have about 2 seasons left. if they're going to start the questions when they start in-gaming. If the target is Natalia Sokolova or McManus, that means there's about 2 years left in the game. But 12 years is a good run. Division 1 didn't even have that. The question is going to be the manhunts. Because they're not going to throw away McManus. Look, throwing away McManus in a fucking manhunt is a crime. Natalia Sokolova, they could probably throw her away. I mean, her brother was a target of one of the manhunts. Well, a sub-manhunt target. So, we're talking, but then again, that all depends on the story. Right now, we're dealing with the story of post-mutiny. So, I have no idea. And I'll get the idea I wanted to get in, but I'll probably stream this tonight. I don't know. See how I feel like it. But, bear in mind. Questions, comments below, feel free. Like, stream, yes. Sorry if I sound rambly, because the problem is I know Division data inside it. Even if I take a month off from this game, I still know it. Not much changes. But prototyping is going to change a lot. But it's not going to benefit the common people first. It's going to benefit the exploiters first. But the new retaliations are going to be good. Because the Black Tusk retaliations are going to be good. But does that mean Black Tusk can now take checkpoints? Ooh. If Black Tusk can now take checkpoints, that's going to be fun. Because Black Tusk have never been able to take checkpoints before. But that's going to give the blueprints for the Ouroboros and Eagle Bears. So, anyways, it's going to be interesting. There's going to be a good part to this season, but that prototyping is not going to benefit the average player first. Escalation is designed for a very select few in the community. Maybe the top 1 to 3% that's bored out of their mind. With nothing to do. But bear in mind, it's the same mission over and over and over again. But we will see. Again, escalation is going to be the tipping breaking point. Because that's where the prototyping material is going to come from. It's either you do it or you don't do it. But it's going to benefit the cheaters and the exploiters first. Before it benefits the lower players. The lower players who are still getting blueprints are going to be doing retaliations. Me personally, I'll probably be doing Black Tusk retaliations. Because it gives me something to do. Plus, I need blueprints from it. But, till next season. And then I'm going to have to watch Daredevil. So. Again, it's this is going to be a big season for them. We'll see if they can actually fix stuff. The new gear set looks good. Some of the weapons look like hot ass. Because the weapons are relying on switching. It's not going to work. There's actually good concepts in this season, but I still feel half of them are missing a mark. Go look at the patch notes. I encourage people to see what they're bringing in. Because the idea of switching weapons, meaning you fire with one gun, switch it for a buff, that was tried in Division 1. It didn't work. I think it's too complicated even for Division 2. That's for the people who are going to try to micro buff to maintain buffs. There's a whole line of gear that's relying on switching, priming. What it depends what they count as holstered. Like the Whiplash pistol looks good. Okay. But functionally, they look good on paper. They don't look good. Now, the big thing on this season is about cores. That gear set with core boosting, that's going to be a gear set to watch out for. Arguably, that's going to be a good gear set. The brand set's shit. It relies on bad statting, but the holster's good. So, anyways, I will catch people later, and I'm going to have a lot of number crunching to do tonight. I have something I gotta do in the afternoon for Multi's channel. And then I'll either stream this or I will stream Diablo 4. I might do this because the first season's gonna be a first day at least. I should check. So, anyways, I will catch people later because the actual patch notes, I'm going to hope the full patch notes are up because I can guarantee you 6-hour maintenance, there's going to be a patch notes full of stuff. You don't take this game down for 6 hours without it. And then you're going to have to watch for the unintended consequences. But that's massive in a nutshell. They're very famous for doing stuff and either A, reawakening old bugs, or B, causing new bugs. Likely it's going to be reawakening old bugs. Here nor there. But I will catch people tonight. That game, and it's going to go down for maintenance, so... Exciting season, but prototyping I'm going to shake my head at. So... It's going to be a mess. There's going to be good and bad. Probably more good than bad. Because they're going to make retaliations good. But I got to read the full patch notes. I shall